Connect to the open session. Good evening, everyone. We are still waiting for a few folks to join in, so please give us one more minute and then we will begin tonight's meeting. All right, we have still a few people checking in, but I will call the meeting to order. So thank you very much for coming to our regularly scheduled council meeting for October 12th. If at this point, please stand and face the appropriate direction for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to propose a slight adjustment to tonight's agenda. So this is a little bit out of regular procedure, but our first agenda item for this evening is to consider a resolution to extend the ability to meet virtually. And I think given the fact that we are meeting virtually, we should cover this so that the entire meeting is an approved format. So counselors, if you can weigh in on that, any objections to covering that first and then moving back into the consent calendar. So really just covering that first item and then picking up the agenda where we left off. Sound good?
Yes, I approve.
Okay, so if we could, again, this is a little bit out of sequence, but I just want to make sure that we are covering our bases. So Eli, if you don't mind covering this first resolution, let's see, it's on page Let's see. I'm getting there. All right, so it looks like page 36 of our packet, discussion decision regarding resolution 2021-12, authorizing continued use of virtual meetings. Eli, anything that you want to introduce or discuss rather regarding this first agenda item?
Just the fact that, well, we do have Russ Scans, our attorney, on the line. The resolution was prepared by Ryan from his office, and it's a resolution for the City Council of the City of Trinidad, making findings pursuant to the Government Code Section 54953 as amended by Assembly Bill 361 and authorizing the continued use of virtual meetings. So that's the bottom line of it. And as you said, it does appear, it's actually page 39 on my agenda. And I don't know if you need me to read any further, but I think that just reading the title was sufficient.
Two things. Russ, do you have anything to add to that from your perspective?
Yeah, just briefly. So this is a newly adopted Assembly bill signed by the governor as recently as September 17, 2021. In essence, it does continue the Zoom meeting protocol as an accepted mechanism under the Brown Act. You do, however, as a council, have to renew these findings every 30 days under the current law. So what you'll likely do is see this on future agenda items so long as the pandemic concerns continue and you want to proceed with the ability for Zoom meetings. So what our recommendation is going to be is you basically just adopt a resolution extension, and we'll calendar that for 30 days time. So you have it, on a monthly cycle until the law changes again. Again, the law does require you to renew these findings every 30 days. The primary finding being that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, valid and necessary reason exists to continue meeting by Zoom is basically what it is.
And I'm assuming that a consent calendar would be an adequate way to renew that, this resolution.
Yeah, I believe we could probably proceed by consent calendar for renewals.
Okay. And then Richard, I think I saw your hand go up, but I'm not sure. I was closing a document.
I couldn't find the page number, but I got it 39.
It is 39.
0. Yeah.
I wonder why my packet says.
There was a new packet sent out by Gabe. It should be packet _0 instead of 1. As the latest.
Right. I have, not _0. I have
Posted to the
_1.
city website.
Gabe had sent it out by email, the latest.
Yeah, I didn't get that. So,
Yeah, my packet says _0. So unless _1 is the more recent, but that's not the way it's sent out.
I'm here. I can make a comment on that if there's.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I updated the packet with Eli's staff report. So I reloaded. I just took it down and I reloaded it and put it back up on the website. I didn't send anything out directly. So if someone downloaded the packet this weekend or maybe even yesterday, the only thing different would be one page, I believe, maybe 2 pages. It was the city manager's staff report that was added to the packet.
Got it. Thank you very much. I did do mine over the weekend, so thank you for that explanation. So, all right, I just want to make sure that we have the resolution before us. Any comments, questions regarding the resolution from the city? Any public comment regarding this resolution? All right, seeing none, Mr. Adams, if you don't mind doing a roll call vote, that would be great.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So let me get to that page. So the motion would be to adopt resolution 2021-12, resolution of the City Council of the City of Trinidad making findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 as amended by Assembly Bill 361 and authorizing continued use of virtual meetings. We'll start with a roll call vote. Councilmember Davies,
Aye.
Grover,
Aye.
Klompus,
Aye.
West,
Aye.
and Mayor Ladwig.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right, so thank you for allowing us to shift up our schedule. So we'll go back to the agenda as stated. So at this point, we are reconvening from closed session. There are no reportable actions from closed session. And so at this point then, if we could have approval of the rest of the agenda for this evening.
Make a motion that we approve the agenda as modified this evening.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a first by Mr. Grover, a second by Mr. West. Any discussion? Any public comment, rather, regarding the agenda? All right, bringing it back. Gabe, if you don't mind again.
So motion by Councilmember Grover and seconded by West to approve the modified agenda. Councilmember Davies,
Aye.
Klompus,
Aye.
Grover,
Aye.
West,
Yes.
Ladwig,
Yes.
passes unanimously.
Thank you again. So our minutes will be considered at the meeting in November. So we'll move on to council reports and committee assignments. Let's start with Mr. Davies.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. West?
I'll just very brief, but if you've noticed, the off-ramp to 299 is getting close to being finished. They had trouble with the corridor project, but they think they've straightened that out. So you'll see that moving on, and they're still working on the Broadway project. There should be a lot of information about the Broadway project, and it's an interesting one. So if you have time, you may want to look it up and see what their plan is if you haven't seen it. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Klompus?
Yes, I'd like to share my screen. There we go. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Yes. Go through this as quickly as I can. The California Coastal National Monument Gateway Committee had the Trinidad Appreciation Weekend on the 25th and 26th with multiple different activities that were considered COVID safe. And about 25 people did participate in cleaning up Scenic Drive, which was great. I got a call from Susan Rotwine today, and I'd like to make sure that everyone's aware that the crab season will be open soon. But more importantly, the 26th annual Blessing of the Trinidad Fleet, which is held every year. It'll be at the flagpole at the top of Trinity and Edward Street Thanksgiving morning, November 25th at 10 a.m. And it's kind of a unique event in Trinidad every year of the crews of the local fishing fleet giving thanks for the bountiful harvest, and they receive a blessing for the upcoming season. Axel Lindgren III will give his traditional native blessing. He sings in 4 different directions, followed by a non-denominational blessing. And for those that don't want to attend, they're going to try to stream this again live on Facebook so that if people can't make it up to the top of the hill, they can go ahead and watch it on Facebook as well. Next up is the Trinidad Water Advisory Committee. Certainly the purpose and objectives are well known to the council and the public. The committee members are myself, Councilman Grover, Cheryl Kelly, Planning Commission Chair, Dwight Miller, and Bryce Kenny. And we've done a number of different reports since July, and I'm going to let Eli go into details, but I'm very happy to announce that one of the 2 big issues, fixing water pipe leaks and enhancing our water storage, there's been a grant application submitted to help with that. So I'm just very pleased as the committee chair that the work that the committee members have done on critical water resiliency, it impacts everyone in Trinidad. hopefully will begin to move down the path of greater resiliency. So I want to thank the committee members for their hard work to make all that happen. Very pleased for that. Next, I just want to clear up any questions about how Liffenholtz Creek cubic feet per second calculations are done. And I got an email yesterday from Ryan Desmet, Director of Public Works, who sends me simply a screenshot. And what the screenshot had is the time of day and then the cubic feet per second flow. And this is done about every 8 minutes. So between 2 minutes after midnight yesterday and 9 a.m., there were 70 measurements made that were logged in by the system. So you simply copy them onto a spreadsheet manually, you add them up, divide by the number of measurements, and you get the average flow for that particular 9-hour period, which is 0.579 cubic feet per second. And if you look at that 9-hour period, there's certainly ups and downs. There are peaks and troughs. It's, again, water flowing downhill. And then you have a trend line. So if you plug that in, and someone next month will be able to do this, I'll be able to help Mr. Grover and others to do it. Just to orient folks, the blue was last year. That's when Pacific Watershed actually came out to the creek and made manual measurements every time. The gold is when we had the telemetry system put in. So we had this great rain in June. It was terrific. And then you have a stage 1 drought in July, followed by a stage 2 drought in August. And then we had rain around September. And right for my birthday is a great present to have that. And then if we look at today's or yesterday's flow, we're now at 0.58. So I just want to make sure where that's the plot. It goes up and down and so forth. There's a trend line. But also Pacific Watershed Associates will be talking about, they made their first measurement at Mill Creek. And Mill Creek was 0.13. It's the dot kind of right there at the bottom. So just to sum up where we are, the city drought kind of report card, the reference card, we're at stage 2, which means the flow is below 0.86. There is no shortage of water. If you turn your tap on, it's going to run. You could probably run it all day long. But the concept is that when we get below 0.86, it's really mandatory use restriction about having a regulator and a hose. You're not supposed to water your lawn during the day. A number of different things to try to conserve water for the community. Finally, I took a walk down to the creek again just to see how it was doing, brought my iPhone along, took a photograph. But what was interesting is that Tom Candrian, next door from West Haven, Patrick's Point Lagoon, wrote a note, and I really didn't realize this until he sent it in. And what he said was, between 40 and 35 years ago, I used to fish and swim in the creek at and above the water plant. Then around 1987, the water turned black. And as I followed the source, it was coming from a logging operation on the left fork above the water district station. My swimming hole filled in and all the fish disappeared. And I understand that the creek is getting rehabilitated. Hopefully it'll begin to improve a bit. But this is really where we are today. And we'll have some discussions tonight, which I'm hoping will lead to some action by the council to increase water resiliency, whatever that action is. I'm not particularly prone to one or another, but I'm hoping that the council will make a decision so that long term, the city can survive with water. So that's my report. Thank you for allowing me to share my screen. Did we lose the mayor?
Okay, Steve, can you hear us? All right, so we have Tom and Richard. David, do you have anything to talk? Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I went to Redwood Coast Energy Authority, and a lot of what's going on is they're growing because the offshore wind is really taking off, as Humboldt being one of the prime areas for that, 23 miles offshore. So that's pretty exciting. Plus, not to mention the airport solar array being up. That's pretty much, things going regularly there. But in my capacity for the water shortage response team, now I've been attending webinars. I went to Climate and Community Resilience, CORE is the acronym for that. If anybody wants to look at that up, that's got a lot of good tips, anything from single user to companies, to big companies. I also attended Sanctuary Forest webinar on water storage systems. That's the Mattole River. They almost ran out of water. They don't have a big population. They don't have a lot of resources, but they utilized what they had and they made it work. So that's encouraging, in the right situations, you can do a lot. That's recorded. All those webinars are recorded if anybody ever wants to review them and get own ideas for their own homes or for the city or for their business or whatever. So that's about it for my report this month.
I am still waiting to see if our mayor is going to return. So let's go to Eli. We've got committee. I've got all the council reports. So Eli, how about you? What do you got for us from your reports?
Okay. First, I was just going to take a quick look to see if we have from the sheriffs, but I do not see on here. So I'll proceed. So I have the city manager's report. First of all, regarding Ryan Desmet, who is our water plant operator and public works director. He is going to pursue a career change, and we definitely will be missing him. He will continue in an interim arrangement. We're still working out the details of the interim arrangement. And as a result, he's been here for a number of years in the city, and he will be missed because he's an integral part of the public works and the water plant. And then, in addition to whatever Ryan is able to do on a contract basis for us, we will be supplementing that with some other entities. We've been reaching out to other operators and would be able to get some people in place on a temporary basis. We're also doing recruitment for the position, which will be closing at the end, near the end of the month. Other than that, I did want to indicate about a couple things that are coming up. One of them is the Live Well Humboldt. It's a data work group, and it's dealing with the Humboldt Public Health Branch of the Community Health Assessment and also Community Health Improvement Plan. So every 3 to 5 years, the county, in partnership with stakeholders, including various cities, prepares these public health plans for the county. And that will be kicking off on October 15th. So I'll be participating in that. Also, I wanted to note that on the city manager's report, the very last item is climate change and sea level rise vulnerability assessment. And on September 29th, the Trinidad Coastal Land Trust hosted a webinar to present the results of the U.S. Geological Survey on climate change and sea level rise vulnerability. The survey was done in assessing Trinidad's coastline along with Point Arena. And those were the two areas that were presented as part of the Bureau of Land Management in that webinar. And part of the California Coastal National Monument. So I do have the link at the bottom of the city manager's report to that webinar that was hosted by the Trinidad Coastal Land Trust. So if anyone is interested in seeing the U.S. Geological Survey results, they would be available there. As far as the cell tower, our remaining cell tower on Trinidad Head is one that's by Verizon. And Verizon, in addition to one tower that they have located already in the city or right outside the city limits off of Quarry Road, they're putting another tower in West Haven. And the latest update I received as of yesterday is that the West Haven cell tower is progressing, and the tower construction will be done by the middle of November, and they're planning on having power supplied to it by the end of November. And then it will hopefully, if everything goes well, then by the beginning of the year, they will be able to take out the existing tower that's on Trinidad Head. They've told me that, and I've specifically requested that we want to make sure that the level of service is equal to or better than what we currently have. And that's all I have in my update, if there's any questions.
Regarding that, Eli, will we be notified that, on Monday from 12 to 6, we should all check our cell phone signals? You know what I mean? Is there a way to know when that test is being done so that when the switch is made, it's done so with our input?
Yeah, what I was planning on having them do, and then I could ask them if they want to do it that way. But I was planning on, as soon as they notified me that they have put the other two online as a test, then I will go ahead and reach out to people that have Verizon throughout the community. So ideally, if everyone who has Verizon just lets us know, then we can reach out to them. The city does use Verizon through all of our city employees have Verizon. So this way, we could test it throughout the city and, test our phones and moving them around in different areas. But yes, if people could let us know if they have Verizon, and we can notify them and see how their service is.
Very good. Any other questions or comments for Eli? All right. Seeing David, I'm sorry, my internet cut out. David, were you able to finish your report? Okay, good. I don't have anything to report. The groups that I meet with didn't have any Trinidad related business to report on. So at this point, we will move on to the items from the floor. So at this time, members of the public may comment on items not appearing on the agenda. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not to individual council members or staff. Council and staff responses will be minimal for non-agenda items. And for the duration of this evening, if we could really work with the hand raising, that really helps me trying to keep the meeting flowing. So please raise your hand when you wish to, if you could raise your hand using the Zoom feature. That way those hands go to a place that is easy for me to find. So we'll start with Mr. Bruce. Dick, are you?
Yeah, I was just trying to unmute. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one thing to point out in terms of the roads in the city. That new rainwater catchment area across from the Catholic Church at the corner of Hector and Underwood, the west side of the edge of the road there is really breaking down, and it's going to become more and more of a problem. I don't know if the bus drives over that or if it's just people making a turn there, but it's something the city should look into in terms of getting that repaired before you lose a lot more of that pavement. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand. Ms. Thompson.
My husband, Bill, and I would like to give a shout out and a thank you to Richard Klumpus for his outstanding work as Trinidad's council member, chair for the Water Advisory Committee, and member of the Water Ad Hoc Committee. Council member Klumpus demonstrated that he is a dedicated leader who is results driven. He has consistently shown himself to be intelligent, a good listener, humble, respectful of others and other cultures, research-based, data-driven, and honest. He is a change agent who genuinely cares about the welfare of our community. Richard Klumpus, you will be greatly missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Other items from the floor? All right, seeing none at this point, hopefully that's enough time for folks to find the hand raising and or to turn your camera on. So at this point, we will move on to our consent agenda. All matters on the consent agenda are considered routine by the City Council and enacted in one motion. No separate discussion of any of these items. If discussion is requested by any council member, that item is removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. A single opportunity for public comment on the consent agenda is available. So at this point, do any councilors wish to remove any of the items from the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, any public comment on our consent agenda? All right. Bringing it back to the council, can we have a motion to act on the consent?
I'll make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Agenda.
First by Grover, second by West. Gabe, if you don't mind doing a roll call vote, appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Roll call vote starting with Council Member Klumpus.
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Davies.
Yes.
Oh, who am I missing? Grover.
Yes.
And Mayor Ladwig.
Yes.
Passed unanimously.
Thank you very much. At this point, we will move on. Item number 1 from our discussion action agenda is already taken care of with our virtual meeting. So we'll move on to the largest item from this evening, discussion decision regarding city water supply, including presentations from Pacific Watershed Associates regarding Liffenholtz Creek watershed availability, and from city engineer GHD regarding Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District water main extension preliminary evaluation. So at this point, Eli, I don't know if you've asked either GHD or PWA to go first, but which direction shall we go first?
Okay. Well, initially, I was just thinking of going with GHD first, simply because we had approved their contract first, and then at a following meeting, we approved the Pacific Watershed. So I was doing them in that order.
Fabulous. So just for everyone's sort of procedural awareness, tonight we'll have a presentation from GHD followed by question and answer. Then we'll have a presentation by Pacific Watershed, again, followed by question and answer. Then we will open it up for the larger discussion. So, and I will ask that folks be aware of the 3-minute time limit for comments, just because we have almost 50 people on the meeting, and we want to make sure everybody has time. So at this point, Steve Allen, Mr. Allen, are you on? And can you begin your presentation? Did I catch you off guard, Steve?
No, I was having trouble with my mute button there. Sorry.
Okay.
I will prefer to keep my video off just to conserve available internet bandwidth. And I don't have a PowerPoint presentation to share, so it will be a verbal presentation, and I'll try to keep it brief and happy to answer any questions. I'm essentially going over a memo that was put in the council packet, so I assume the council and others have had a chance to look at that, but I will briefly verbally summarize that, and then, like I say, happy to answer any questions. We're following up on the city council requests on their August 10th meeting for city staff to gather more information about basically 3 items. One was the likely time to completion for when water could be delivered to the city from a Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District mainline extension. 2 was the potential cost for participating in the water line extension. And 3 was other contractual considerations for the city participation in that project. So Eli has asked GHD to gather information to assist with that request. And now we're going to summarize the information that we found. So the Humboldt Bay water line system is based on a fairly robust water supply from Ruth Lake, which I believe everyone knows. And moving forward, it's expected to be less affected by climate change than small coastal watersheds in general. The Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District system was designed to supply municipal customers around Humboldt Bay, as well as 2 industrial pulp mills, which used to be on the peninsula and have since shut down. So currently, Humboldt Bay has excess water supply capacity. The pipeline is being considered after a request by the Trinidad Rancheria, and is currently envisioned to go from Clam Beach up along Highway 101 at a yet to be identified, identified final location, but essentially following 101 up near to the Trinidad Rancheria. And so we were asked to look at what options and what it might look like if Trinidad were to join that extension project and basically utilize the same corridor, the same extension, but there would essentially be a T in the line, and there'd be likely a meter and a line going to Trinidad Rancheria, and likewise one to City of Trinidad if the city wanted to participate in that. It's how we looked at this project was, one, we didn't have a lot of time to look at it in a lot of detail. There's been a fair amount of look at this project or a potential project in the past. And so we were looking at it from a fairly simplistic methodology. One part of that was to actually look at the hydraulics and try to confirm whether or not if we added the city's daily average needs to what the Rancheria was looking at, whether or not the same pipeline had been identified would serve both entities, or whether perhaps a larger pipeline would be necessary. And the hydraulic analysis, without a lot of surprise for anyone, showed that the 6-inch line would likely work to deliver water to both entities based on their demands. What that essentially means is the pump would run longer, take longer to fill all the respective tanks in both entities than it would just the Rancheria. But that could be done. And one of the parameters for that was that it, wouldn't take 24 hours to run. The district, Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, I'll refer to as the district, does not allow pumping during peak hours, which is when PG&E costs are more expensive. That's typically between 4 and 9 p.m. But there's plenty of time that appeared available for that, for both entities to be served by one pipeline, essentially the same size. Currently, that's envisioned as a 6-inch. That's not to say from our perspective that an 8-inch might be more economical. The change in pipe size from one to the other from a construction cost is probably pretty minimal. And during final design, it may be a more efficient, cost-effective manner in order to pump water up. But adding the city to the existing extension to the Rancheria would not necessitate a larger water line. That's the important outcome of that. Another aspect that we looked at was, there's a question about where and how the system would connect if there was a water line extension. And so from essentially the city's current water supply, treatment, storage, and distribution systems would basically continue as they are without much modification. I mean, it's possible that you could run a new line directly to the water tanks and simply put it in as a redundant system to add additional water source to the water tanks. We looked at it as, that's how we analyze it hydraulically. That's kind of the worst case scenario. That's the furthest distance and also the most elevation change. There's also options to tie into the city's water supply sooner. That would be more cost effective. And that's basically how the water is getting up to the tank at this point. So likely you could tie in somewhere near the plant or between the plant and the tanks. So we did not assume that there was any changes necessary to the water system. And I believe that really is how it could be implemented if desired. That would also add a lot of resiliency. Basically, the city's water plant, water supply, storage, distribution system could all be run as they are now. And we would also recommend that, improvements continue to be looked at and the system maintained. It was mentioned earlier that there was a grant submitted recently in order to improve and enlarge the storage facilities, city's water tanks, and also replace a lot of the water lines that are causing leakage. So projects like that would still make sense to proceed either way. Regarding the timeline, there's a lot of aspects about the project, of course, that are not yet determined, but based on current knowledge, an estimate of 5 to 10 years seem pretty reasonable based on discussions with the district and also the Rancheria. A lot of that is permitting and things that are more out of anyone's control regarding how long that may take. The Trinidad Rancheria currently is planning to take the lead on the project based on their discussions with the district. And they have also implemented many other, fairly large projects, such as the pier, and have a pretty good track record of delivering. So I think there's a strong desire by the Rancheria and the district to have a completion time closer to 5 years. That could be 3 years, could be 5 years, could be 8 years, could be 10 years. It's hard to say, but I think it's safe to say that it wouldn't happen before 3 years, and a 5 year might be a more reasonable assumption for when that could actually be in place. Regarding the cost, potential cost, that's also difficult to put a hard number to, and I'll explain why that is. For one, the project is not yet fully defined. There are multiple entities involved, so if the city were to join in the project, essentially they'd be joining with the Rancheria to help deliver that project. Both entities, being the city and the Rancheria, would be looking for grant funds. My understanding is the Rancheria is already looking for grant funds and have some grants secured to help start moving the design forward. And there'd be other grants, likely from multiple sources, in order to help out with construction and other aspects of the project. The city also has access to a lot of grants, some of which could be the same. Perhaps there's others that the Rancheria may have access to that the city wouldn't. So if you have a project that's not yet defined, hasn't really been designed, or a full cost estimate made, and you have multiple entities and everyone is looking for grant funds, it's really hard to say what the actual cost would be to the city. It's a reasonable assumption that based on just the current timing of where we are, there are a lot of grants available for assisting entities with water resiliency and water redundancy. And that was one of those example grants, is what we just applied for funds to help replace a tank, add more storage, and then also replace a lot of the lines. And those grant funds haven't always been in place. So it's kind of a good timing as far as that goes, as far as availability of grant funds. But exactly who will pay for what is still up in the air. The city, of course, does have good, strong reserves that can be used to help leverage grant funding, used for matches, et cetera. And the city's portion would obviously only be a portion of the project if they were in partnership bringing the line up. And then it would also be reduced by the amount of grant funding available. So there's certainly the potential for the cost for the bringing water up to the city that can be a very small portion of the total project cost. And I will just point out that, compared to past studies that we're looking at, the city potentially bringing up water on their own when there wasn't as many grant opportunities to support such a project, there's a big difference on old estimates for what it would cost the city compared to likely what would now be a much lower cost. Talk a little bit about the hydraulic evaluation of the water main size already, and kind of our somewhat simplistic approach at the feasibility study, just in order to meet these timelines and get the basic information to council. There's more information in a memo if desired, but I don't really feel a need to go over that verbally at this point. Contractually, that was the third option, was contractual considerations. The Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District Board of Directors has a meeting in 2 days on October 14th. And on the agenda is a draft extension agreement with the Trinidad Rancheria, as everyone I think knows that they've been discussing that with the district since earlier this year. And so that's not going to change, depending on the outcome of the council's decision tonight. If the city did choose to join the project, then that current contract between the district and the Rancheria would still proceed. But the city could and should go to the board meeting on the 14th if they decided tonight to participate in a project to request participation. And the district board may choose then to allow that to proceed. That would likely result in an amendment to bring the city into the agreement with the district. And the general scenario of how this works is that the district is agreeing to supply water to the Rancheria right now. And they're getting an agreement in place to kind of formalize that understanding agreement and who's doing what. In general, the Rancheria would be responsible for raising funds, designing, permitting, and constructing the water line main up to the desired location. So the district would be involved in during the design, making sure it meets AWWA standards. They would, have access to inspection when the line's being built. And once it's actually built and in place and tested, then the district would basically be deeded the infrastructure and would actually own that infrastructure. So the Rancheria would be setting it up, getting it designed, getting it built, hand that over to the district, and they would then switch to a service agreement to supply water. And so the district, just like their other infrastructure, would own that infrastructure, and they would own and maintain that in order to deliver water per the service agreement. So there's no outside maintenance fees or other fees. That's all wrapped up within the service agreement to deliver water. And this is essentially the same as all the other municipalities around Humboldt Bay. There is a similar contractual agreement that occurred once when Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District extended the water line to the communities of Fieldbrook and Blue Lake. It was a somewhat similar situation, although many years ago, where there was a shared line that went to one entity and then it continued on to the other entity, and they developed a cost share, and that was all fairly easy to work out and seemed to work well for those two entities. So there is a track record of this happening before. It's not something that's brand new. Reviewing my notes here, one moment. So in summary, the Humboldt Bay Municipal Board of Directors will consider the draft mainline extension agreement with the Rancheria at their meeting in 2 days on October 14th. And if the city did choose to desire to join that project, then they should also attend that meeting and make that request for the board to consider. And all right, going through my notes here. So I think one thing that we can generally all agree on is future water shortages are certainly a possibility that the city should plan for. And the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District extension is considered augmenting the city's water supply. It wouldn't change substantial changes to the city's current water supply and treatment system. That approach would add resiliency and redundancy to the city's water system, providing an additional reliable source of water that could be used separately or in tandem to provide water for Trinidad's customers. And there's two really key periods when that happens. One is during wet periods when the background turbidity is high, and then dry periods like we're experiencing now, and typically in the late summer when Levenholtz Creek may be very low, and based on water rights and required bypass flows, that there could be insufficient water to draw from. It's certainly possible that Humboldt Bay water could be used on its own. That's not what we're recommending, and that's not what we were asked to consider. So again, we're looking at the city's existing system to be used in tandem with Humboldt Bay's system. There are some fees that would be involved with Humboldt Bay if there was no water used at all. So basically a standby fee. They're still maintaining the infrastructure and ready to supply water when the city needs water. So on a very limited use, there would have to be that cost agreement worked out for standby charges and also for what the water supply would be. But that's something that could be worked out if desired. We also spoke with Barry Sutter. He's the climate district engineer with the Division of Drinking Water, the State Water Resources Control Board. We were talking to him about the treatment plant in general, and with Ryan giving his notice and some specifics about the plant. We also asked him then about, and I believe he had already heard about the potential for the city to be considering a hookup to Humboldt Bay, and he noted that they likely would support such a connection. Personally, I don't think that's always been the case over the last several decades, but he mentioned that basically the board is really supporting projects that add water resiliency and redundancy to existing water systems, and that includes interconnections. He also noted when we were talking more about Ryan's in the plant, because the plant is currently a tier 3, and so Ryan has a T3 license, and that can be a challenge. There's a numeric rating system that the board goes through to determine what tier a plant is in, and avoiding most of the technical issues, one of those are turbidity. And so if you're dealing with high turbidity, which the city sometimes does in the winter, then that adds the number of points. And the city is not too far over the threshold to go from a tier 2 to a tier 3. And so one of the items that we're noting was potentially by augmenting water from Humboldt Bay, if that was to occur, then during times when there's high turbidity in the creek, rather than trying to treat and distribute that water, then it could also be possible to augment water from Humboldt Bay during those times and not deal with that high turbidity. And likewise, of course, in late summer, if there was a lack of water, then again, the water could be augmented from Humboldt Bay. And of course, looking at cost, just want to point out probably the obvious that even if the desire was not to make any connection with Humboldt Bay Water District at this time, there likely is still cost for the city to deal with potential water shortages. And as far as GHD is concerned, we were asked to look into the connection with Humboldt Bay. We do believe it is an option that's probably never going to be a better time to connect, and there's probably never been a greater need to connect. And so we certainly think that it's smart to consider connection to Humboldt Bay. That's not to say that we don't support other options, such as what Pacific Watershed Associates is going to be talking about. Ideas such as Mr. Madrone has floated out in the past. Projects, even as including, the recent grant that they're trying to add more storage tank volume and improving the distribution system. So from a redundancy and resiliency from a time of water shortage, we basically support investigating both options and don't really believe that it has to be a one or the other. There's potential for shortages, so it seemed like having all options on the table would be a good option to move forward with. And with that, I'll stop and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I just have a quick question just for my own understanding. The discussion in your write-up about the 6-inch versus an 8-inch, if I'm understanding it correctly, the 8-inch is a consideration for a pipe that reduces friction, basically a way to increase the efficiency of the system, thus reducing costs on pumping and whatnot. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's a fair assessment, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that component correctly. So let's start with the council, and then I'm going to open it up to the general public for questions for Steve's presentation. Dave?
Yeah, thanks a lot. That was a very informative presentation. Now, I wonder, during times of augmentation, is that considered a time of groundwater recharge as well? Because you are relieving it in those high turbidity times, it's actually helping the health of the surface water. I only say that because I've been spending a lot of time and I'm considering the surface water as part of a pristine environmental ecosystem at this point. So I just wondered, is that considered groundwater recharge during augmentation time? Sum it up.
I think it could be considered that. I think the PWA presentation might be helpful, looking at kind of the overall storage and use on that. But yes, if you were not drawing out any water through the infiltration gallery, I think you would be helping out the groundwater situation, although it's very low in the watershed.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the council for Mr. Allen? Tom? And then Richard.
Thanks, Steve. I was curious there are obviously costs involved with building this. What is the procedure for rolling those costs over to ratepayers in the future when the project is complete?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. That's a good question, and I didn't address it in my verbal summary. There are different options in talking with Mr. Friedenbach from the district. He mentioned that the district is very upfront and transparent with their municipal customers. So, of course, there's cities of Eureka, Arcata, other examples, and they look at 5-year projections, and they basically share that information with the cities, and the cities often roll basically that cost onto their ratepayers. And so they incorporate that cost basically into their costs that they pass on to the ratepayers. And doing the 5-year planning basically helps with the Prop 218 public process, that when you're redoing your rate increases that you need to take that into account. So essentially a lot of the cost would likely be covered by grants. That's the working assumption, and how that will pan out time will tell. But once a service agreement was hooked up and the process was working, then the district would provide 5-year projections, and typically municipalities do pass that on to the rate customers, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I saw that in your report, and that confirms what you wrote. The other question I have is, and you may not have an answer for this because I did not see it in the report, but there's actually no estimate as to how much this would end up being rolled over onto ratepayers. We have a fairly small amount of ratepayers that would be shouldering the burden of this, in my estimation. So I'm kind of looking for estimates, but I'm not sure they're out there.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and you're right that there really is not a good answer at this point. We can say that it appears like there's never a better time or a cheaper time, but that doesn't really get down to specifically what that might be to a ratepayer. And so I think a lot of that really depends on what how much of the project are paid for by grants. I think the rates that other municipalities pay are fairly affordable. It's not like the other municipal areas around are paying a lot higher water bill for their district supplied water. So I think it would be competitive, but how much that would actually translate to a ratepayer, we really don't know at this point.
Thank you.
Mr. Klumpus.
Yes, I noticed because of state drought opportunities for funding, and also federal, that this is probably a very good time for any small city to embark on infrastructure for water, especially if the California Water Boards approves of this type of effort. And I know that there's been some discussion, and hopefully there will be later, about whether this is something that the city should do, or should the city just wait, let the rancheria build it, and then if we do run into problems and it's already done, then we can simply hook up to it. Well, I went to the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District's packet because they have a meeting on the 14th. 228 pages, bigger than our packet, but in it was a description that said that should the city, meaning Trinidad, decide to hook up later, let's say we waited 5 years or 10 years and said, okay, we like to have water. At that point, the rancheria would have paid for all of this. And because of that, according to this document on Humboldt Bay's website, the city will be charged a minimum of 50% of all costs for the mainline extension, including design, permitting, construction costs, and interest. And the monies will be paid actually to the rancheria rather than Humboldt Bay, because the rancheria paid for the pipeline. So I wanted to get your opinion as to whether a municipality at this particular point in time should wait and try to get funds later if they're available, or is this a better time to go down the road of building infrastructure for a small city?
That's another Good question. I can give you my brief impression of that, and others may have more to share. But it's our opinion that there's never going to be a better time to bring Humboldt Bay water to the city if that's the desire. There is just the timing of having another entity being the Rancheria that is going to bring water up between the grant opportunities that are currently available to participate in a project. I don't think there's ever going to be a cheaper option for the city. Both the district and the Rancheria have expressed their openness to include the city at the project at this stage, which as we put in our report, would likely make it more cost effective for all parties to provide the city with additional reliable water supply. We also noted that if the city decided not to participate in a project, and in your scenario, Mr. Klompus, wait 5 years or whatever period of time, and then go back and ask later, that one, there's no guarantee that they would be able to receive water. And there's also, we said it would be considerably more expensive. And we didn't go into a lot of detail because we weren't doing an economic analysis of it, but your point is valid. And I guess I would add to that I wasn't aware of that specific agreement in the packet. I hadn't looked at that, but the city would likely, I'm not certain if there would be any grants available to, try to support that. Whereas if the city were to participate in the project during design and construction, there likely would be grants. So that's why we're trying to convey that I don't think there's ever a cheaper time to participate in a project, and waiting is not a guarantee to get water, and it certainly would be more expensive. But what is cheaper and what is expensive? What's the magnitude of that? What would that mean for ratepayers? We don't have that kind of detail at this time.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments from the council before we open it up to the public? Tom?
I have one more. So it's quite a project in this area. So if this project were to go through, let's say with city's cooperation with the Rancheria, is GHD likely the engineer for the entire project?
I would say unlikely. I don't know, that hasn't been discussed, but the Rancheria is already progressing with the project. I would assume that they already have someone either lined up, or if they didn't, I do not think that GHD would be the engineer of record for that work.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? All right, let's open this up to the general public. And Richard, if you don't mind, just so I can keep track, thank you very much. And I also ask that folks identify, so these are questions for the information that Steve just presented from GHD. And at least initially, if you don't mind, please indicating your name and whether or not you're a Trinidad water customer. That is a request that's been made of me for folks to provide that information. So please consider providing your name and if you're a water customer of Trinidad currently. And at this point,
Steve,
I see.
Before
yes.
you start.
Yep.
So I see what you're trying to segment this out to certain sections. I understand that, and that sounds like a good plan. I would also like to propose that we hear all of the presentation, then public comment, because I've seen what happens in the past is we get into a complete back and forth conversation with the public, and it starts to become unclear. So I don't know if anyone else has that desire, but that would be my desire.
Tom, that's a great, I think that's a great perspective. Thank you for sharing that. Other thoughts on that? If we hear from PWA next, and then we'll begin the question comment period. I see a head nodding from Mr. West.
Yes, too.
Mr. Grover, and Mr. Klompus. All right. Thank you for that. At this point, let's move over to representative from Pacific Watershed Associates. Mr. Kramer, I believe you were on the line. I've got 3 screens worth of people, so let me see.
Yeah, I'm here, and happy to begin starting to share my screen now.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're all seeing the PDF that says overview of Leavenholtz Creek water resources and availability. Is that true?
Yes.
Good, and everyone can hear me, obviously. So on this slide is a photo of the Leavenholtz Creek, looking downstream from the point of diversion at West Haven Drive, where it goes through the box culvert. My name's Todd Kramer. I've been working with Pacific Watershed Associates for the last 2 decades as a watershed scientist, hydrologist, and erosion control specialist, working in watersheds to provide science-based solutions to watershed restoration and habitat enhancement. The broad purpose of our evaluation is to better understand the role of groundwater reservoir in the hydrologic cycle and to estimate groundwater factors with greater accuracy than mere expression of concept. The goals are to provide watershed assessment information so the Trinidad City Council can make an informed decision about the supply and availability of water for domestic use in the Leavenholtz Creek watershed. On the next slide is our general outline of today's presentation. We'll cover the water budget, local geology, hydrology, and use data compiled from previous studies, citizen scientists, and technical memorandums to speak about the future of water resources in the Leavenholtz Creek watershed. And so here I have typical elements of a water budget displayed for everyone's understanding. It all comes in as precipitation. Importantly, we need to understand the quality, timing, and quantity of flows, as well as the water levels and storage required to sustain aquatic ecosystems and human livelihoods that depend on this watershed. PWA is going to use a water budget approach to this water availability analysis. Just looking at the Leavenholtz Creek watershed. The primary building blocks of the water budget are precip, stream flow, evapotranspiration, water use, and change in groundwater storage. The concept of the long-term sustainable use is the basis of this overview. It goes beyond just understanding surface flows and precipitation rates and includes the understanding of various other water levels and other aquatic ecosystems such as springs, wetlands, and the aquifer. Now I'm going to stop sharing my screen and Danny Higgins will take away the next set of slides.
Mr. Higgins, do we have you on the, I see your name on the screen. Are you able to join us?
Yep, I'm here. I'm just trying to get organized here. So sorry about that delay. Mouse was acting up. And okay, is this visible all?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry for the delays. Okay. Yeah, this limited study, we're really going to do our best here to begin to shed some light on the nature of your aquifer, which is different than many around the country. It's kind of unique to these coastal settings, and the paper that recently was published that I've got up on the screen is published in June of 2019, and it reflects geologic studies that have been performed by Humboldt State University and professors near and far, and U.S. Geologic Surveys, and lots of people that come to the North Coast to study our unique geology, because we're on the edge of a plate margin, separating the North American continent from the Pacific plate. We've got very active earthquake activity and subduction, and therefore we get uplift that's giving us the landforms that we're seeing around us. And you do have a unique aquifer, and I'm going to try to put some numbers on that, but it's very, very preliminary numbers, because we only have some adjacent studies that we can rely upon where people have estimated the depths of marine terrace deposits, unconsolidated alluvium that's been uplifted from the marine environment and is now on land, and it's always underlain by bedrock, and all that's controlled by these faults and earthquakes and tectonics that dominate our landscape. So this is a reference paper that a lot of really useful information that has been compiled, that's really been collected over 3-4 decades on the North Coast. Pageant, Kelsey are folks from Humboldt State, and Dave Lamphere's the GIS analyst at Green Diamond, and they were able to supply to us 1 meter LIDAR, which is very detailed landform, topography. And so I'll be referencing a lot of the information that came out of this paper with some additional analysis and assumptions that we're making to come up with the first approximation you've probably ever heard of on what water might be available in the Leffenholtz Creek watershed. So I'll go to the next slide. So I'm going to zoom in on this map, but I just want you to show, I'll zoom in and I'll zoom back out. There's a lot of information on this map, but I want to be able to give you a good overview of what it involves, and don't get bogged down with, all of the child's colors here, but I'm just going to point out, and we'll zoom in and look at all this stuff in detail so you better understand the watershed. But where the hand is on the screen, can you all see that?
We're still on the first first page with the abstract and the intro.
You are.
It looks like number 4 of your 19 slides. You must have 2 monitors, Danny.
I do.
Yeah, you're still showing us the other one, I think.
So you weren't looking at this page.
We're seeing upper plate deformation, late Pleistocene, blah, blah, blah.
Yep. Yeah. So you're not seeing the map?
Nope.
Okay.
Sometimes I stop sharing and start sharing again, and that tends to kick it back to where you want it.
I was going to say that sometimes it's going to.
I can screen share what was in the packet if you like.
There we go.
Well, I really want to point some things out, so that might be better if I can do this. And
just before you stop sharing, we saw the page you wanted us to see, so you're getting close.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, that's visible?
Yep.
All right, so I'll just back up here. I don't understand. Hang on. This is not good. You know what's going on.
Todd, would it be possible for you to drive? You seem to have better access to the PowerPoint, and then Danny could give you direction. Would that work?
Well, yeah, give me yeah, he can try that, but I'd prefer if I can figure this damn thing out.
Seeing the map again now.
No.
If necessary, I could try to share it from my screen and work it with you.
Yep, please do.
Is that okay?
Yep. So,
Hey, Richard, excuse me, just Mr. Chair. I would like to do that for Danny. I can do that.
Yeah, that'd be great, Todd.
Okay, no problem.
you up, Todd? There you go. Okay. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. So in any event, this is a very much zoomed out view. And you're not seeing my arrow, are you? Are you seeing any cursor?
Nope.
Okay. Todd, show the boundary. And it's blue dashed line that's right in here. I'll zoom in, Todd, to about 50%. Yeah, I need this, so. That's good. So you can see the blue dash line, the prominent blue dash line that's encircling the watershed boundary. Down in the very lower left-hand corner, below where it says Trinidad intake, you can see where Luffenholtz flows into the ocean. And there's a flight of 5 marine terraces present along the shoreline as a result of uplift and sea level changes over time. And so the red in the very bottom left is T1, and that's the youngest terrace. And as you can see, essentially none of that is in the Trinidad watershed above the Trinidad intake, where it's shown with a label, Todd. And so below the intake, you can see the curvy yellow line, that is West Haven Drive, just downstream from the intake. And you can see Highway 101 further to the west. So what I want to point out is primarily in the Luffenholtz Creek watershed, you've got very little of this blue marine terrace. There's just a tiny little bit of it in the just above where it says Trinidad intake. Okay, right there, tiny little bit inside the blue line. As we go upstream from the intake, you can see there's a larger percentage of the green marine terrace, which is a little bit older. These are flat-lying surfaces that have a certain thickness of alluvium, former beach deposits that have been uplifted and that are now present in the watershed. And these are all pieces of your aquifer. As we go further upstream, where the watershed really branches out, you see a huge expanse of the orange color. And that's the T4 terrace. That terrace is in the range of 150 1,000 years old. The Green Terrace is about 125,000 years old. So these are old, uplifted beaches that have bedrock underneath them. It's fractured Franciscan bedrock. It has a topography underneath it that's very similar to what you see on the modern coasts nowadays. There's sea stacks galore that have been buried around with sand that are protruding up through the underlying bedrock. And then what I want to point out, Todd, is just a little to right where your hand is, there's a orange dashed yellow line right there. Trace that for them. That is a zone, that is what's called a former shoreline. So that would be what is reminiscent of the modern beach when you go walk on the beach that separates the ocean from the bluffs that are exposed below Coastal Drive, and there's another one there separating the T4 terrace from the T5 terrace, which is the oldest remnants of marine uplifted terraces in the watershed. So zoom in just a little tiny bit more, Todd, and center it from the water take intake going up. That's perfect. So you can see that in the headwaters to the very right on the watershed, you have a very extensive braided dendritic drainage pattern of steeper channels with very little alluvial deposits. And as you work down and we collect that water, you can see that as it flows down just upstream from the Trinidad intake and where Todd's hand is, that's a very deeply incised area. And that's bedrock that's not colored. And both on where it shows Old Wagon Wheel in the green on the bottom of the photo, as well to the north where Fox Farm Road is shown, we're showing where the private parcels are in the watershed. So in both those areas, the private parcels are shown by the black land parcels. Okay, and we've done our best using Air Photo Interp to predict which parcels have visible homes on them. Okay, and they're shown by those little houses. And then the red dots are locations in the watershed that we have been able to analyze well logs that have been filed with the Division of Water Rights with the state of California. So we've mapped where we know known wells are. Now, those are as a result of drillers pulling a permit from the county. Some of them go back to the 60s, and some are as recent as a few years ago as people have been searching for water. And those records are okay. They can be pretty poor because drillers don't describe underlying stratigraphy or the sediment structure like geologists do. But nonetheless, this is a minimum number. And we do show then there's like where it says T3 by Old Wagon Wheel Road, there's that blue turquoise box. And those are areas where T3, Todd, off Old Wagon Road, there's those are the well records of the blue box there with a black dot in the middle of it. Those are areas where landowners have filed with the Division of Water Rights their annual use of water from springs. These aren't streams, they're from springs that are emergent on these marine terraces for the most part. Only in the upper watershed are a few of those blue dots up on Green Diamond property. Are they kind of on stream? So this kind of gives you an overview of the property of the watershed where your aquifer exists. So let's zoom back out to about 25%, Todd. And again, you can see that inside the blue line that shows the watershed, you can see that a significant portion of the watershed is underlain by these marine unconsolidated piles of sediment, and they have varying depths. And so the next slide I want to get at is trying to show you some, based on the literature, what the approximate depths of this material can be, because that technically is the vast majority of your aquifer. Next slide, please. Great. So this is the transect that's been placed through the watershed that kind of gives you a nice cross section of the watershed from the watershed divide, which is 3 miles upstream from Highway 101 and where your intake is. There's a Terrace 2 again, and there's Terrace 3 in green, Terrace 4 in the goldish orange, and then Terrace 5, the oldest one. And so going back to geologic data, marine terrace surface classification of cover rock that was published recently in Kelsey, Pageant, Lamphere, these are measured depths on other marine terrace deposits north of us. So the most closest area is in Crescent City, where there's a lot of marine terraces that have been uplifted. And the other 3 locations are in Southern Oregon, where a lot of coastal studies have been done. The same thing to do this paleoseismic, better understand the tectonic and earthquake reoccurrence history along the coast. But so from that literature, and it's published in that paper, for Terrace 2, which is aged at 105,000 years old. So that's a lot of years that thing's been sitting there up out of the ocean environment. Minimum depths on that 105,000-year-old terrace, plus or minus, are 25 to 60 feet, a minimum and a max. And we've shown that with the dashed lines. On Terrace 3, the 125,000-year-old terrace, minimum depths from the literature, nearby literature, are 25 feet to 66 feet deep. And then on Terrace 4, the 200,000-year-old terrace, the depths are deeper. It was a longer inner period of sea level between earthquakes, and that surface is 200,000 years old, and the minimum depths from the literature are 39 to 75 feet. And Terrace 5, which is very old, probably on the order of somewhat less than 500,000 years old. We don't have depth value on that, so we applied the minimum depths as the same as Terrace 4, where we have a lot better data. And on this graph, I just want to show you that there's paleo shorelines and platform inner edges that are identified. And that's what the topography and the subsurface looks like. And think of these platform inner edges is the same as your modern beach. If you go out on the beach anywhere between Trinidad and Little River, you're on a platform inner edge, right where the waves beat against the bluffs. And there's a pile of sand out there with sea stacks up in it coming through, some submerged, as all the fishermen know. And then there is a slope there, and you have a very steep slope that's unstable just below Coastal Drive. Well, each of these surfaces are these old paleo beaches that have been uplifted. So all the water that could be in this alluvium is really in a gravitational flow. Okay, it's because there's slope toward the west. There's a fall in elevation as you go west, as you can see on the left axis there. So, and then we were able to analyze the well data that's published, available with the state. And we've shown all the wells that say they go to bedrock. Okay, again, you got to take driller records with a grain of salt, because we all know that the underlying bedrock is what we call this Franciscan melange that produces all these big knockers of hard rock which make the sea stacks that we see. And you can all go onto these marine terraces also in Humboldt and elsewhere inland from Trinidad, and you see big chunks of harder rock sticking up through the terrace deposits. So trying to give you the picture that the drill wells, a lot more work needs to be done on that in refining this estimate, but we're trying to give you some idea of what size reservoir do you have or potentially have. And we don't know what that is today, But we know it varies with time based on all the things that has everyone concerned with rainfall, runoff, all alike. But and so the fact that all these wells say that's the depth that they reached bedrock, even though our minimum depth and maximum depth numbers are these much shorter numbers for the most part, shallower numbers, just says that we're dealing with an irregular topography underneath us. So all this is leading up to kind of give you some kind of estimate of what your available water could be. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of numbers here, but that's the way this kind of analysis is. I just want you all to have an understanding of how it was derived. I'm really going to focus on the colored numbers, okay? So this is the Marine Terrace watershed areas and how we're determining water volume estimates for Luffenhole Creek watershed upstream of the Trinidad diversion intake. So again, on the upper table, we've got the whole of the Luffenhole Creek watershed above the intake. It's 4.7 square miles, okay, or 3,038 acres. So that's 100% of the watershed above the intake. So we've come up with those areas that you saw on the map that makes up the plan view in basically square miles of those flat surfaces that are covered with the alluvium. So remember we said Marine Terrace 2, hardly any was in the watershed above the intake. So it makes up just 0.1% of the alluvial cover. Marine Terrace 3, the green, was a little more extensive, but it's confined to most of those areas in the very lower watershed above the intake where the channel's quite narrow, the watershed's quite narrow, but it still comprises about 2.5%. Marine Terrace 4, the big orange areas, they cover the bulk of your watershed area, 23%. By far the largest contributor to your aquifer. And Marine Terrace 5, the purples that were in the very upper watershed, there's a little over 8%. So I want to summarize that so 38, almost 34% of your watershed is surface covered with alluvium of varying depths, okay? And that combines to 1.61 acre or square miles. So here's these minimum depths projected here, the same ones we went over that were shown on the cross section. And I've just averaged those as a minimum and a max, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So let's get going toward estimating of what we're talking about here. So this next table has minimum terrace alluvial volume and maximum. That's based on the average minimum depth and the average maximum depth. And so you can see these are billions of cubic feet, but I've converted them in the green to acre feet so you better understand what the potential, what the acreage is of the volume of the alluvium. It has water in it, but it's not brim full, and it's mostly sediment. And that water can move through it at some limited capacity based on a whole lot of things. But you can see that from 39,000 to 76,000 might be the acre feet of alluvium. And I'm adding in the blue there, just so you can think about your aquifer in terms of where you want to go down the line. This is sediment, and green is the sediment pile, okay? As a volume of alluvium. But Ruth Reservoir's storage volume full of water is 42,000 acre feet. So even if you take our minimum terrace alluvial volume based on the varied well depths that we showed in the cross sections, it's not a flat surface underneath like we draw it in the cartoon. It's got variability, but you're very close to an acre footage of alluvium that can hold water, but it's not full of water. So I'm gonna go on then to the calculations here, okay? So the way we look at available water, the water that you can pump and use or draw at a diversion is really called specific yield. And that water is water that's held in this big sand pile, gravel pile, silt pile, that's available to be released by gravity. And usually the specific yield that are in this, if 20% is alluvium volume is water, or if 10%, that specific yield is it's a reflection of the porosity of the material, so the permeability of that sand pile that's unconsolidated, and these numbers on specific yield I'm deriving from U.S. Geologic and California Department of Water Resource publication that specifically deals with specific yields, compilation of specific yields from various materials. And so it's really looking at the hydrologic properties of various earth materials. In this case, we're looking at the alluvium. There's probably some water coming from the underlying bedrock, but we don't know what that is. There's very little information. But specific yield is the water that's available, and then it's versus the water that you just can't get out of the gravel pile. You can't get it out of the alluvium, and that's called the retained yield. And so specific yield with the retained yield is the water that's held in capillary action, or that it's glued to all those particles that's in the water. And even if you're pumping, that's why wells can be pumped dry, but they'll come back because there's a recharge. And so this retained yield is stuff that we really can't get at. And the numbers for these kinds of unconsolidated marine deposits and alluvial deposits in coastal settings, all the numbers in the literature say it's probably at best the specific yields are 10 to 20%, okay, of what's available in that alluvium. So we've just put some numbers here as a minimum and max of what those would be in gallons. And then I personally just understanding the region and the area and the controls on the specific yield in these old sediments, 100 to several hundred to 500,000 years old. I'm much more inclined to go along with the 10% of the calculated terrace alluvia volume is available water. And the things really controlling specific yield are a whole bunch of things. But in simple form, the grain size and then the stratigraphy, how complicated is the layering in those old beach deposits, in these old deposits it's pretty chewed up in these marine environments. And then it's the compaction and that goes on when they're hundreds of thousands of years old and settlement over time. There's weathering of grains that go on. So, and then there's the depth of the water that's in the aquifer right now in any time, because a thicker column of water will have more force to push water out via gravity and make for more productive springs than less productive springs. So there's a lot of things that go into this, but this is kind of what we're at, is just trying to look at your first approximation of, and it is very much a first approximation of what kind of water can be in the aquifer. So thank you, Todd.
Well, that was fantastic. Thank you, Danny, for going through that. That map is so incredible. I've been awing over it, and we brought a couple copies in to Eli in the main office at the city of Trinidad, so people can come share and run their fingers over it and look at it, blown up like a normal map on a desk and not up here on the screen. So please do that if you have the time. So next I'm going to talk about regional annual stream flow. And what I'm showing here in this slide is a monthly stream flow as a percent of annual flow. So you're really looking at the hydrologic year here, starting at October 1st and ending September 30th. And on the y-axis, I show the percent of annual flow, that's runoff. Now, as you see here, June through November is June through October is less than 5% of the annual runoff. And that's what's really triggered my job here at PWA. They wanted us to go down and better understand the low flow stream conditions at the water plant. And we did that. We brought our PWA telemeter, which is a spectrometer that takes water elevations, and it's related to my stream flow measurements. And this is it at the plant. And here it is on a California aqueduct, where it's just less noisy and less flashy. So now I'm going in to look at that data, and here's the 2020 real-time continuous data with rainfall plotted on this axis up here, and we've got stream flow from April through the middle of November. Over here, we have the bypass discharge in cubic feet per second, and over here, we have the rain amounts. And those are daily totals expressed in inches. Hydrologists, typically like to split the water budget up into a surface water budget and a groundwater budget. And you're looking at both components here. And I've got it kind of separated here with this orange arrow. What I show here is short duration rainfalls and rain events that change stream flow, but then rapidly return back down to groundwater yield. And one can see the prolonged groundwater depletion as you run across to the next rainfall. And on the next slide, we're going to zoom in to these areas pointed out in the orange arrows and get to talk about ground flow. So here we go. This is the critical dry period. It's shown on the hydrograph with rainfall again. On the x-axis, I show the time period beginning in late June and ending mid-November, and on the y-axis, the bypass discharge and precip in inches top down here on the right. What I'm really going at is to show you that the city's water right permit stipulates that the city shall bypass 0.25 CFS when the natural flows in Humboldt Creek are lower than 0.86 CFS. Then the city must retain 0.15 CFS in the creek, including enough flow for downstream water users. And Danny expressed this well. This is the winter bypass flow, and this is the summer bypass flow. So when we get into below 0.86, you see we live down there a lot throughout the summer, but never have gotten down to where we have to curtail drafting at the point of diversion. Next, I want to show you the decreasing 30-year trend in annual precip as shown by this red dotted line. Now, this is some very cool data to me. And I don't even know if Don has done this, but this is Don Allen's data for 30 years that he's been taking as tipping buck rain gauge in West Haven. And you can see that we are drying up. This is on a steady down curve. I don't think we're going to be able to bend this way soon. Now we're going to go look at land use. And I've highlighted Humboldt Creek here in yellow, the entire watershed. And you can see that the land is dominated by forest management, including harvests, road construction, quarries, and ponds that are used for dust control and operations, as well as private landowners who get their water from wells, spring boxes, and some directly from the stream. Riparian users use their water on their parcels, and like the city, we have an pertinent water right. We use it offsite. In ArcGIS, PW used orthophotography and mapped the land cover across the watershed. We also used GIS and Google Earth 2019 satellite imagery, and we found 51 homes upslope of the point of diversion. USGS reports that US citizens use about 82 gallons of water a day. And we went ahead and tried to punch some numbers to look at use levels upstream. Now we're going to go on to the overview during the critical dry period. So what I have up here there's a table that shows continuous daily demand. So the city is pumping 45,000 to 90,000 gallons of water a day. Typically it's 68,000, but when it's in high use, they might ramp up to 90,000. That's sometimes in August, and that's shown on this table. This table is showing the hydrograph and stream levels when they are pumping. And the city has a water right to use that water. And it's more than double of what they actually are available to them. They normally pump at a rate of 0.15 CFS to 0.19 CFS. So Ryan, my partner there at the water plant, he is saying right now, today, he's pumping at 0.15 CFS, but just last week he was at 0.19. So he goes back and forth managing water based on use. Then CDF also has a regulatory demand. So we're saying during the summer, it's 0.15 CFS. Here again, summertime, it's 0.15 CFS is our summer bypass flows, regulated bypass flows that need to be had. Then we reserved a little bit for downstream landowners. I added 0.10 CFS because there are some riparian users downstream, and you don't want to upset your downstream neighbors. They might have a more primary water right than apertinent users because they are riparian users. So our continuous daily demand, just what is happening every day, but more expressed in the summertime, is a low rate of 0.4 CFS and the high of 0.44 CFS. And that's shown in the red and the green line here. So as we stretch across this for 2021, this is 2021 data. We just downloaded it today, all the way up here. We see it going into 10-12, big downdraft back down after our last rains. We're going back down to our base flows here with use. We're never getting into that where flows exceed demands. Oops, where demands exceed flows. Did I mess that one up? Sorry. Okay, so then again, I want to zoom into August of this year. We looked at 5 days. This was requested by Ryan. He had been seeing these incredible draws in the water, and I wanted to plot that for the city on a hydrograph and did so. And what you see is these big steps where water is just dropped in elevation and dropped in flow rate during the night. And we don't know why, but here they are. Here's normal. It's kind of going up and down. The city's using stuff. People are using it. There's a big one, big gap. I kind of look at the gap, how many hours is this gap? Here's the clock. Here's the times. This is the big one right here. Then we got 2 other smaller ones that kind of go back to normal. Surprisingly, Ryan and I didn't see too many of these after. But in 2020, we also did. And I'm to go search those out and try to find those when I have my free time. So I want to go into kind of the bullet points of what we have identified and our findings as we ran through this study. Some of them are very obvious, but I just want to be clear on summary, and then some are actually stretching towards the conclusions here. So number 1, the aquifer that feeds Humboldt Creek consists of geologic terrace deposits and gravel and sand, mostly in the upper watershed, and fractured bedrock in the middle and lower watershed. The aquifer is a water bank that stores infiltrating water during the winter and slowly discharges the stored groundwater to the creek during the summer. 3, rainfall records show that there has been a gradual decrease in the mean annual precip over the last 30 years. And this appears likely to continue. Less precipitation reduces natural emerging water because of hydrostatic pressure. If we're not filling up the water table and forcing that water out and pushing it out through the Franciscan or pushing it out through the marine terraces, we're going to have reduced water flows. 4, a critical dry period occurs each year from early August to mid-November. I showed that. stream flow is the lowest and water demand is the highest in the summer. 5, land use in the Luff and Holtz Creek watershed upstream of the city's intake consists of commercial forest management in the upper 2/3 of the watershed and residential parcels and development in the lower 1/3. 6, stream flow data in August 2021 shows daily fluctuations attributed to natural water by vegetation as well as by withdrawals by the city and upstream landowners. Or these. Occasionally, but significant drops in stream flow may be documented and have been documented at night. 7, low stream flows in the critical dry period of summer 21 and summer 2020 approached, but did not fall below the discharge levels required by the city's permit requirements. That's very important. And another important point is that total annual rainfall and stream flow in the Luff and Holtz Creek watershed is significantly more than is needed to provide Trinidad with sustainable municipal supply of water. But winter rainfall and runoff will likely need to be stored for summer use during the critical dry period as climate continues to dry and water use continues to increase. Those are some big important points that we were able to drive out of getting our hydrologic and geologic data together. I want to make some recommendations, and I'm sure Danny wants to chime in a little bit here too. Basically, our recommendations talk about a decrease in water loss and use, an increase in water availability, and conducting additional water resources planning and feasibility investigations. So to decrease the water loss and water use, we suggest we implement water conservation education measures. And we also perform the leak detection studies and implement repairs. To increase water availability, we should obtain and manage existing or additional water rights for increasing water storage and supplementing the critical dry period, water supply. Identify suitable lands, purchase small properties or easements, and construct small water reservoirs and or municipal tank farms sufficient to accommodate the critical dry period water demand and supplement the available Luff and Holtz Creek water supplies during the summer period. Also, to increase water availability, fill new storage reservoirs and water tanks from rainwater harvesting and stream flow diversions during the wet weather period for use during the critical dry period. Our recommendations for conducting additional water resources and planning and feasibility investigations to address water availability and use, we suggest revisiting, evaluating, and utilizing past and present water resource studies and investigations to determine the technical, logistical, and financial feasibility for implementing additional water conservation and water supplement measures. We need to work with the city water users on water conservation and water education measures to maximize efficiency and use in the water supplies. We need to upgrade the city's water distribution system and decrease system leakage. These are things that we all know. And we need to obtain lands for building adequate municipal water storage sufficient for providing critical dry period water supplies. And that is the end of our long list of recommendations. We have more. We just can only put so many out here on the PDF. Each of these has inner workings and a long road ahead. But I believe in this presentation, we are able to provide you with what's upslope as far as water resources and what's available at the point of diversion.
Thank you, Todd, very much, and Danny, for your presentation. So for procedural reasons, I think I would like to first ask the council for if they have questions for either Todd or Steve or Danny regarding presentations that or information that they presented. And then we'll move into public comment. And I just have a quick question for you, Todd. I believe I heard somewhere, and I'm looking for the right language, but you had mentioned in one of our conversations about work that you'd done on the Mattole, and there was some effort put into place, and I think you mentioned or alluded to this, about preventing water from being drawn during the dry period for irrigation and filling those tanks in the wintertime. Is that a legal requirement? Is that a recommendation? Can you expand on that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, I think landowners can only take 10% of the stream flow, and their flow up there is stagnant. And they don't have the resource to be looking for another pipeline. So they've come on to themselves and to educate themselves and to buy tanks for those landowners in those, what they call losing reaches. So they went and studied the upper watershed, and they found winning reaches, those that are attached to the groundwater. And then losing reaches, those are that, kind of go dry quickly after it rains. So they went to those tank holders and supplied them with 25,000, 55,000 gallon tanks. And they're self-collecting tanks. They self-collect rain. They might draft out of it in the winter. That's what we're suggesting here. And they really did help out the landowners. They almost bought them for them, went through the ARC clearance and got them on these properties. There's not that many up there. And they have these huge properties, big flats, big valleys, more gentle landscape than here. And so I've seen them. I've seen 5 together. I've seen a bunch of 10,000 gallon tanks together too. They use a lot of water in the summertime, and they have really shifted the paradigm of thinking. So the locals are conserving water and conserving resources, and they love their baby salmon up there. And there is a whole front and effort towards water conservation. They got big signs up on the streets. They put little fish on your mailbox if you're forbearing and storing in the winter. It's a big education process. We suggest we start doing that in the city and reduce our own use levels before we start pointing upstream at local landowners. Let's reduce our use, which will reduce our need to draft 97,000 gallons of water a day.
Okay, thank you. And just a point of again, procedure. I see a lot of valuable comments being made in the chat. And I just want to reiterate that the counselors really need to hear these comments. And so as much as possible, if we could, in essence, limit the side conversation in the chat so that the counselors can focus on what's being said. And we'll definitely make our every effort to give everybody time to speak. So other questions from the council for any of our presenters? Richards, your hand is up.
Thank you. Todd and Danny, thank you so much for your presentation. A lot of work into that. One of my concerns, looking at Don Allen's rainfall going down, climate change, and then California drought. We seem to be skirting this level where we're okay to draw from Liffenholtz Creek, but if things were to get worse, then it would create a problem. And therefore, we need to have uphill storage, reservoirs, that type of thing. My question to you is, what municipalities in California have gone the route of creating reservoirs, catchment ponds for a municipal water system? I'm not talking about an individual home or a park, but an actual municipal water system. In our case, we serve about 1,000 water customers. So I'm just curious, and again, I understand the concept, but where has that been applied in California in a municipality? Thank you.
Yeah, I went to school in San Luis Obispo, so I'm from down south, sorry. The Morro Bay and Cambria, Atascadero, they all have groundwater reservoirs that they use. They got less steep terrain and more open space, and also a history of having those reservoirs early on during development. California is blowing up, and there's just a lot less room. What I see is a lot of water, even stored with Humboldt Bay municipal water here in Arcata. They got it pumped up to these huge tanks up in the forest, and they're all over the community forest, and they're gravity feeding the users and the customers.
So when communities build the storage tanks or whatever, how big are they? Are we talking about a 1 million gallon tank or 1 million gallon catchment pond? I need to have some perspective put on it so I can kind of visualize what it would take for Trinidad to have that type of support to make the water system more resilient. I just need someone to frame up the scope and the scale.
Yeah, we took a run at looking at different size tanks and costs, not an in-depth review, and we're definitely not engineering this, but we just wanted to look at ourselves. And some of the larger tanks are 47 feet in diameter and 27 feet high, I believe it was. Those hold 500,000 gallons of water. And I don't know if, go ahead, Danny, got your hand up.
Yeah, no, that's a real good question. We didn't dive into that, but there's a lot of information on tanks. I think everyone, even Humboldt Bay water, which I don't use either in Dow's Prairie, but every community in the West has relied on storage for vast Trinidad or West. Trinidad's in such a beautiful spot because you've had your whole existence where you've been able to rely on water that comes out of a creek for 100+ years, then it goes right into a treatment facility. So you're closer to like those private landowners that in the Mattole and other places, but you're a municipality, a small one. And I think storage is your only other alternative. And the beauty of what Todd's presented here is there is tons of water in the winter. Yes, it might have to be treated, but if you could find the lands to put where you could get, these tanks on them would be definitely the simplest thing. But tanks come in 500,000 gallons, things like that. If they're on flat ground, the engineering gets a little better. There's always cost to permit. There's cost anyway, which way you go. They're big in both ways. I don't know which are going to be less. My hunch is if you maintain independence, it might be cheaper in the long run. But we know Trinidad, the West, is the expensive properties. You're in that neighborhood, but depending on what you could have access to, it's just another alternative. But you can get these big tanks that are 500, 600, 7,000 gallons. But if it's a 500,000 gallon tank and you use 60,000 on average a day, that tells you how many days you've got to get you through your critical dry periods. It's not an issue, water in 9 months a year. It's those 3 months, and that's what drought's driving, and we're all paying attention to it. But we're just trying to explore what the watershed could still provide if you had the ability to store. Because even Steve's presentation with Humboldt Bay water, you're still going to be potentially, as he suggested, there may be tanks or something also involved. So we're just giving you some more tools but it's easy to figure out kind of what you would need to get through the critical dry period, and how much land you might need to put that number of tanks on. I think building reservoirs up on the marine terraces or something is another option. There's plumbing to all these options. Pipeline or any of them, but deciding what's affordable. And Steve's numbers are weak. We don't have any numbers, but we're just throwing out ideas that do work in other areas that could work for the city if you wanted to maintain some independence.
Thank you.
Dave, I saw your hand was up.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I like that. That was very detailed and very informative about the past history, and it kind of gives you what's going on under our feet. But I was taking to understand that alluvium is almost like a sponge. It is dependent on consistent precipitation to a certain extent. You can only extract before the turbidity becomes so bad that it's not worth treating. That'd be the case if we go on the current rainfall trend according to the best fit line. I was looking at that.
Dave, yeah, that kind of gets back to the question that was asked of Steve, and he said we might be able to shed some light on that as your scientist. And the alluvium is a big sponge, but it's an old sponge. And it's kind of like a sink sponge that's really worn out and it doesn't hold water as well, or it's frayed. But the big thing that's gone on with those 30 to 60 or 70 feet of sand on each of those surfaces is it's just gravity's been, it gets wet and it dries, it gets wet and dries. It's compacting. It's gone through, it's got 80 to 100, 200 plus thousand years. It's just been sitting there and it's flat. So it holds water, but the sponge, not all the water can come out of the sponge. It just can't. And that's
where less and less absorbent as time goes on.
And because there's the minerals, weather, and all these things. So the pore space gets clogged. It gets more and more clogged with time. It's like a filter, and water doesn't pass through it as well. And it's not affected by roots and things because they only go down 10 feet or so, trees and stuff. It's just a big pile of gravel. So it's changing gradually. Climate is the big player, but to answer the question, the springs usually aren't very turbid. Water coming out of the aquifer, the alluvial aquifer, is usually not going to be very turbid because it's been underwater. It's moving, it's under rock, meaning it moves slowly to release itself. The turbidity comes from all those streams in the watershed. That the rain's falling on them, the same that's falling on the aquifer, and then that's where your creeks go up and down. You get your peaks, and that's where your turbidity is coming from erosion on those hillsides primarily. There's not much erosion on the flat areas. And then it gets tumbled down through all those miles and miles and hundreds of miles of stream channel practically and Luffenholtz, and then you get it at the end, basically, and it's picked up all this dirt that makes for complicated cleansing, so.
Yeah, I also appreciated that your description that none of this is all in one spot either. It's all, kind of scattered and comes together at points here and there. I think that just clarifies a lot to, the other portion of this, of when does it come together? When would you want to set up a tank and stuff like that? So, all right, thank you.
And if I could just ask another question. So if I'm reading the map correctly, there's been talk of recharge ponds. There's been talk of diversion in the stream to slow it down to encourage more recharge. If I'm reading that map correctly, that tells you, that would inform where these efforts would be most useful. If we want to build a recharge pond, if we want to slow the creek down, we would do it in a place that is really through one of these terraces where it's known that there's a nice deep section of this gravel. Is that also a true statement?
Essentially, if you took the reservoir approach, a big pond, like every municipality or the Humboldt Bay has a reservoir too, with Ruth Lake. And so you'd shoot for those flat areas, because if you try to do reservoirs and the grading that's required and deal with the seismic risk or earthquakes, you don't go to the steeper ground, and you've got to find the gentler ground for reservoirs. But I was thinking more, instead of a reservoir, more of this notion.
I'm just trying to get from your perspective the feasibility of this idea to recharge the aquifer by slowing the creek down, by perhaps creating a big catchment basin that's not a dam, it's just a place to store water that slowly percolates back into the aquifer, so that we're in essence trying to enhance the recharge from every year's rainfall.
I think one quick thing, Todd, and that is that once the water's in the surface water stream system, your steeper channels, And even coming down to those photos that Richard showed of where the fish are gone and the swimming holes are gone, where you're low gradient, gravelly channels, there's still bedrock pretty close to the surface underneath those channels. And there's not a lot of recharge there. You can slow the release with woody structures or something to slow the velocities down, but you can only, it's just a thin gravel pile and it's the width of the channel, and then you got to the side slopes. You just can't recharge there like you could with reservoirs up on your big flats that are 60 feet deep or something. And then you've got the ability to put water, and it collects rainwater. We're talking kind of rainwater in those settings. Then you're not even taking it from the creek. But then if you didn't line those ponds, then they would leak into that gravel pile, and they would help the process of recharging the alluvial aquifer.
And that's what I was asking about, is what techniques could be used in our particular watershed to recharge the aquifer. So you did answer that up in the maybe tier 4, tier 5. So Richard, I don't know if your hand is still up or did it pop back up again? No. Okay. Tom or Jack, I'm just going to.
I got a couple questions. So if we were to sit on this creek like we have been for years and not really take much action, do you see, Tom or Dan, what do you see in the future for this creek in terms of the way it's decreased every year? Are we looking at a time fairly soon that creek would actually be unusable, or we couldn't get water from it based on what you've seen?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Todd.
Well, I mean, we have never curtailed drafting rates, and we could even reduce the amount of drafting now. We could do pulse drafting. But we've never gotten to that level where it's been a major threat. We are needing to recharge, the aquifer, and we haven't seen big, long duration rainfall or prolonged spring rainfall to help us along with that. So I don't believe we're doomed. I believe we should do something, and winter storage is certainly a good recommendation there. Increasing infiltration, doesn't all come from precip. It can rain like crazy and run off. We really need to increase infiltration into the near surface groundwater. And that can be done with, like Danny was saying, constructed log jams, floodplain inundation. We restore roads and prevent ditch runoff from rifling into our streams and increasing peak flows, and rather shed that water back onto the near surface ground. So there are, we're getting close, but I don't think we're in a threatened situation.
Yeah, I'll add to that, Jack. You've got 3 to 5 years based on Steve Allen's presentation. I think all we're saying is you got 3 to 5 years one way or another, but I think your question is, and I think everyone agrees that all likelihood it's going to get worse in terms of creek flow. So you've got the 3 to 5 years to figure out. You're going to spend a bunch of money one way or another, and but if you can get those properties somewhere nearby, it's very similar to what Steve was saying. Pipeline, you need storage, you got to find properties, you got to do some of this stuff. You still got to do some of those things both ways. But we can look at the map as Steve suggested. We haven't tried to do that. I mean, we have a very limited study here, but we wanted to present what we think are options. But I do think if they're vacant lots somewhere that are on relatively flat ground somewhere, those should be the ones the city could target. And then you've got the potential, and then you got to figure out the plumbing and all that. But I think you got to do something, Yeah.
Let me ask then the second part of this is, let's say we want to do some of these things. What's some kind of a timeline? How fast can these things be be done? Some of the ideas you have, besides the big storage tanks.
Well, if you could find property in by next summer, and once it was in your ownership, or you had some easement from someone that volunteers a chunk of their land, that they say, yeah, I'm not going to see it. You could put 3 tanks of 500,000 here. I've got the area. It's a stable area. Then you'd start the process of design and permitting, and figure out, then you can really start figuring some costs, but the property would be the first one.
What about recharge ponds and those kinds of things? Can that be, how long do those things take to get to put together?
Same kind of thing, I would think, and Steve can weigh in on this, but if you got Green Diamond that said, yeah, well, you can go in the middle of terrace 3 or 4 and on a big flat that's 1,000, 1,500 feet long or wide, east to west. And they said, we'll take that ground out of production and you can dig a big hole here, but you could get started. It's the land's the first thing as an option in my mind. Then all the other things can start happening fairly quickly, water rights. I mean, if it's rainwater, no one has jurisdiction over rainwater. You can collect rainwater. You're going to have a lot of engineering for building the pond possibly, and then how to plumb it to get it where you can treat it or do something with it where it's available to you. But, years, I think, 2 to 3 years, you could have any of these options potentially done, but that's just off the back of the envelope if you had the land.
All right, thank you.
Tom?
I'm fine at the moment. Thank you. Very interesting presentation, and a lot of the questions that I had in my mind were already answered through his presentation. Actually, one question that just popped to mind is, you mentioned Green Diamond land, and have they been open to this type of thing in your knowledge of allowing easements and such to build recharge ponds or reservoirs in any other places that you've worked?
Not that I know, but I think all our neighbors, Mendocino's going to have to deal with it with the timber companies down there. They've got to figure solutions. They're trucking water from 101 to Mendocino, a very affluent area similar to Trinidad and gorgeous. No, but I think they're good neighbors. They played a big role, and sure, it's for dollars and cents, but Eureka has a community forest now because Green Diamond gave up lands, and they keep talking. It's been floated around for 15 years. When does Murray Road terraces, as you go over to Fieldbrook, when do those lands are all chopped up? So when do they get subdivided? And that's the same thing. All of us have concern about those big changes to our communities, but I think the drought affects them too, so I don't know. I don't have an example.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
One more question. You've talked about, being independent of Humboldt Bay water and being able to create enough water for our town. Do you see this, that would be actually better to,
you want to talk?
Better to combine with Humboldt Bay and what you want to do, or you think we can be independent and create enough water for this community?
If all I'm saying is that's you and your community's decision. I love your neighborhood too, as a Dallas-Troy resident, but I think my understanding is, I don't know how you can pursue both, but if you can, I just don't know what the capital outlays are right from the get-go to kind of try to go down both paths at the same time. If you could, that would be good, and it didn't bankrupt the town. But I think that you could, with the proper amount of land, 30 acres, something that was reasonably flat, probably generate all the security you'd need, as long as population didn't double or triple, because remember, we're only talking about storage for the critical dry period, the 90 days. That's the numbers you need to focus on. And that's where, 60,000 gallons a day and people aren't even changing their use much. Whereas if they change their use a little and then fixing, I'm glad to hear you guys are well on the way of fixing the pipes and getting some funding for that, because that's all you've seen lots of studies. That's a lot of water that, but you don't have the storage for it right now. So either way, you need storage. Most communities rely on storage.
Todd, did you have something that you were going to add to it, or I thought I saw your okay. Any last questions before we open it up for public input? All right. So at this point, again, just to reiterate, if you could introduce yourself, and if you're a water customer, again, that's a request that's been made or been passed on to me by quite a few folks. And so at this point, we're seeking input, and also we have some very talented engineers on the call too for additional clarification or whatever. So please use your hand raised in the Zoom world if you are, and then at some point I'll also check with the folks who've called in, but I have 3 screens of people to track. So once you raise your hand, it's easy for me to see who wishes to speak.
I got my hand up. One hand.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Todd.
I see, in the chat box, I see a lot of talk about using beavers to create structures that retain water. And what in the Mattole they found was that they can slow down the water release, but it's only lasting for the beginning of the summer in that critical dry period. Now, when you get to this month, they're not seeing that. The creeks are still going dry. They even have log jams with bentonite, like little mini dams and big, gravel sponges with willows around it on BLM land that can really stretch the rules and build this stuff. And their idea is floodplain inundation, and they have groundwater wells, and they're showing that they are spreading the water out and slowing it down. But I believe what Tasha McKee has found is that during this time, those log jams and those beaver analog dams are still going dry. So what they started to do is build ponds in stream on these floodplains, and they flip roads into it that have collected water, and those are kind of lined. I think they've been putting bentonite liner in them. So they slowly, they fill up fast, but then they leach out slower and hold water longer than the in-stream structures. And the way they break those up are passive structures are good for retaining water during early summer, but these ponds that are near in-stream and leach out, like people have been suggesting, retain the water longer. And they've been constructing on those in Lost Man Creek on BLM lands. It might be a little bit more difficult in our Steelhead stream here in Luffenholtz Creek. Different rules, different land ownership. Thank you.
All right, Jim, I see your hand is up. And you're on mute, sir.
I'm very seldom on mute. Thanks for reminding me about that. I was a city council member in Trinidad for 6 years. I had to leave a couple years ago. So I have the advantage of observing what's going on in Trinidad now from the standpoint of being gone geographically for 2 years and also in a different locale. I agree with all you guys. But the old saying, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and you're all scientists and data people. So let me, as somebody who lived and worked in Southern Humboldt, Mendocino County for 30 years as a land surveyor with the folks that you're talking about who have an interest in doing the right thing, basically in terms of the social milieu down there, everybody's in the same business, and much of the holding people to account in terms of doing the right thing is based on peer pressure. I'm not so sure that's the same social milieu as Trinidad has. And so, for one thing, jurisdictional issue, you guys are all represent a very specific area. Danny mentioned anywhere you got 30 acres, you can build a retention pond. I'm not sure what the area, the total area of Trinidad is, but you know, there's a big difference between doing this in Southern Humboldt, where everybody has basically the same culture, and doing it up here. Also, I live in a residential neighborhood, not by choice, but because we need to be down here, of about 30,000 people. We have real problems down here in terms of droughts. The entire Russian River watershed is being overutilized. In my neighborhood, in my town alone, probably 50% of the people, if you go by whether their lawns are green or not, or brown, you can see that not everybody feels an obligation to do things for the common good. I'm not so sure Trinidad is any different, and I noted Don Allen's comment that he knows why there's more water taken out at night. And you all probably saw that. Maybe he can talk about that a little more, but I think that's a good example of the fact, in my mind, that not everybody in Trinidad is thinking in the same terms that you guys are. I agree with you totally. But how to get people to do the right thing is becoming an increasingly difficult problem. Much of it, I guess, is politics. But just trying to get people to do the right thing, enough of them to make a difference, I'm not so sure is possible. And comparing Trinidad with Southern Humboldt and Northern Mendocino, I just don't think it's a good comparison. So I'd like to have you guys on the council, when you get a chance, tell me about how you overcome the jurisdictional issues. How do you build a pond on county property that the city of Trinidad has a grant for? I mean, there's all kinds of things that I see that would stand in the way, not of the science, but in getting it implemented. So that's really what I have to say.
Thank you, Jim. And I'm just going to reiterate, thank you very much. I'm going to kind of jump in on the 3-minute time. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. And then if there's more time at the end for more comments. So thank you very much. Looks like
taking up the time.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we do our best to stay on the 3 minutes. So Mr. Henkin.
Yes, thank you very much. This very quick comment. I wondered, Todd and Danny, is it possible for you to put up Don's rainfall data for a minute, to just share the screen? I'd like to just talk about that briefly. And the backdrop is I've been looking at annual rainfall records, from Woodley Island, which go back to 1942, and comparing them with Don's rainfall record and also with the Eureka Arcata Airport record. And I found that they're just like mind-bogglingly highly correlated, like, 0.98 almost. I mean, it's incredible. And I just wanted you folks to say that, the graph that you used here, this is kind of like found data that Don just happened to start collecting in 1982. And visually, like when I look at it, if instead you just did the last 20 years, I think you'd have R square, for people that don't know, like the line they fit here, there's less than 10% of the variation up and down, that's explained. That's a very weak relationship. And I know that it probably alarmed lots of people. And I just want to point out, I think it requires a lot more exploration to see what's really going on here, whether that's a real trend or not. And you'd have to work it up by different intervals of time, go back to the longer record, et cetera, et cetera. But that is a statistical point. But I think it's just coincidental that Don started collecting in 1993, and he missed the 90, 91, 92, which were like these incredibly low water years, right? They would have, the 3 years before this data set started would have been down. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. It's always a very tough thing to look at, and trend analysis like that. That was it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, David.
And I think what's important to note here is that it is variable. We don't know with the specific decadal oscillation, and so we can't control that. We don't know. It could rain like no tomorrow this year.
That's right. All right.
And just to be clear, no one expects anyone to be able to predict the future with any certainty. So we're appreciating trends and general statements. I see Ms. Thompson, or I'm not sure who's on the.
Anita,
there we go.
Yeah, Anita Thompson, Trinidad water customer. Tonight, if the council decides not to connect to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, then the city council is disagreeing with 4 out of the 5 members of Trinidad's Water Advisory Committee, which was formed by the city council to find a viable long-term alternative water source for Humboldt Creek. 2 of these members are on the city council, and 1 has been on the city council and was the mayor of Trinidad. The other member is chair for Trinidad's Planning Commission. These 4 individuals who want to connect to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District have done the important research. If the city council makes a decision not to connect to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water, they are not representing the majority of Trinidad's residents who want to connect. If the city council makes a decision not to connect to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water, they're ignoring Trinidad's water ad hoc reports and data and the city of Trinidad's past and present ongoing independent engineering reports. Here is an excerpt from one of the letters submitted for tonight's public comment, which demonstrates to me the real reason some people are opposed to Trinidad obtaining water from Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. Quote, HARP has been advancing the city's position in appeals filed in Humboldt County Superior Court and the Interior Board of Indian Appeals. Those efforts will be undercut if the city now reverses its position and joins the Rancheria in seeking to bring McKinleyville water north of the Little River. It is not a foregone conclusion that the Rancheria will be successful in its bid to bring water up from McKinleyville, unquote. City Council, this is not a political issue, but a basic human rights issue. Water is fundamental to human survival. Trinidad residents need and deserve city leaders who are committed to water security. The city council represents Trinidad's residents, businesses, and the school, not West Haven, Arcata, and the surrounding Humboldt County, not HARP. The city council should consist of objective members who listen to their constituents and protect their residents' safety and well-being. Lastly, many of us are shocked that the city of Trinidad has not yet signed a contract to connect to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. It is an obvious solution for a long-term water scarcity problem that is getting worse due to our climate emergency. We need to act now. Tonight, take action and connect to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water instead of continuing to do nothing or follow dead ends that may lead to the demise of Trinidad. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Miller.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to bring my screen down so I can notice I'm looking in the camera. I'd like to thank all of the members of the council for the intense work that they've been putting in. And I know, because I was on there, it's tough work. Thank you, guys. A couple of quick questions. My friend Dave Hankin discussed a lot about statistics and trend lines. And he said we need to explore trends a little bit more. And can I suggest that trend lines are based on past data? We want to project the future. Now, Todd Kramer mentioned, well, we just don't know much about the future. And Steve, I appreciate your comment that just to be clear, we don't know, nobody knows. But there are professional climatologists who are running the most sophisticated climate models in the world, who are using the biggest computers in the world to try to give the best scientific estimate of what the future holds. Steve, I agree, we don't know. But who can we or should we be listening to for the future? And the science, the climatological reports, as noted in the California Climate Assessment of 2018 by top California climatologists working over 2 full years before they made the report, said the following: there will be greater variability of rainfall patterns in California in the future. That means that we have a higher chance of more rainfall. We cannot know these data from past trend lines. Looking at the past, basically climatologists are saying different. It's different now. But may I note something? Not only is there a higher probability of more rainfall, there is also a higher probability of less. Any trend lines we are predicting from Dave Hankin or any other local hydrologists who've been looking to past reports for however many decades have been declared essentially worthless by modern climate scientists. They are saying there may be more or there may be yet less water. Danny Higgins, I see you nodding in agreement. I am not concerned about having more water. We are fortunate to have a lot. Get your umbrella, folks. I'm concerned about less water. And we need to have a plan for when we, over 2 or 3 or 4 seasons, we get less water than the trend lines of history predict. It is reasonably likely, scarily likely, that our creek will go dry. This is the whole reason I changed my opinion while I was in the last year. For the last 10 years on my council, I agreed with Steve McDrone's plan of we ought to work on the uphill catchment basins and so on. I pushed it in city council. Anybody who knows me has heard me say that. In the last year, I've been reading climate reports, which say we cannot depend on past data, no matter how good we are at our R-squared analyses and our pretty graphs. The future basically depends on, thank you. I want Steve Lodwick and all the councilors to realize we need the quickest and most efficacious way, the cheapest way that we know to get storage for the dry season. That is our goal, and there's one solution far better than the others. The ones uphill are way out of our knowledge base. It's going to take a long time.
Time! Call them out!
Right. Listen to what I'm saying. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you. And Mr. Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Dick Bruce, and my wife Lois Harrington and I live at 780 Underwood Drive and have been city residents, business owners, and water customers for over 45 years. We're in favor of the city partnering with the Trinidad Rancheria and bringing Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District service to Trinidad. In the 45 plus years I have lived here, I have seen Trinidad's climate change. Gone are the long, wet winters and foggy, moisture-laden summers. The result is that all local rivers and creeks now flow at substantially lower levels. Luffenholtz Creek is now barely flowing from August until the fall-winter rains arrive. I don't see this changing in coming years. Trinidad's water supply is at risk of drying up, and if that happens, so is our Trinidad community. If you think about it, what are the most important things a community needs? First off, you need people that are the backbone of the community. You also need schools, retail businesses, police, and fire services. But I would argue that the most important thing a community needs to survive and prosper is a safe and reliable water supply. And moving forward, Trinidad's water supply should no longer be viewed as reliable. Opponents of bringing Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District water to Trinidad will tell you to develop the Luffenholtz and Mill Creek watersheds using untested methods that will require easements and agreements with upslope private property owners to install as yet undesigned and unproven systems, not to mention environmental permits. Obtaining those agreements and permits will take years and may not even be possible. They will also tell you that bringing Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District water to Trinidad will open the door to unrestrained growth and ruin the character of our community. Let's be clear here. Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District water is coming to Trinidad's doorstep, whether some in our community like it or not. The Trinidad Rancheria needs that water, and they'll get it. And unlike the unproven proposals for the Luffenholtz watershed, the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District is a guaranteed source of year-round, safe, clean water that will sustain the needs of Trinidad for years to come. In the final analysis, I believe it is important that you not lose sight of who you are as a council and whose interests you must represent. You're not the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors or members of the County Planning Commission, and it's not your duty or responsibility to make decisions regarding water policy for the unincorporated area of Humboldt County north of Little River. You're the Trinidad City Council, and it's your duty and responsibility to make sure the citizens and water customers of the city of Trinidad have safe and reliable water for years to come. Please choose to partner with the Trinidad Rancheria to bring Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District water to your constituents, the citizens of Trinidad. What a terrific opportunity to work cooperatively together with our neighbors at the Rancheria for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Mr. Allen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to Danny Hagens and Todd Kramer from PWA. I was riveted by their presentations, really good stuff. I kind of feel like, a lot of the public comments and I guess I'm guilty of this too. I hear, let's follow the science, but then all the comments are basically ignoring what Danny and Todd just told us. They've told us that there is plenty of water in the Luffenholtz Creek watershed to supply all the city's needs. And I hear this arrogant attitude that the city council just needs to listen to its constituents and nobody outside the city. We've been paying sales tax to the city, even though we're not residents of the city. So, I'm just really tired of that arrogant attitude. Let's follow the science, as Dwight was saying, and listen to the advice that's been given to you by your consultants, PWA. They are the experts in watershed geology and hydrology, and they have given you a very excellent report. So, I'm really tired of the arrogance from the people who say that you should just be listening to city residents, because the city residents aren't the ones that are going to feel the impact of this. And from what I understand, if the water line is extended, the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District has to offer that to anybody along that line. So guess what? It's West Haven that's going to feel the impacts. So you know what you can do with your arrogant attitude. Thank you.
All right. If we could try to keep our emotions in check, just as an overall for everyone comment, just because we are getting into some very personal decisions. So if we could.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Could you please ask whoever's going to be speaking if they're a water customer or not? It would just help orient me. Thank you.
Yep. Other public comments? Mr. Hankin.
So I'm not certain this is the right time to make this comment, because I was kind of anticipating that you folks would have a motion to, take some action, and then there would be some discussion about, and then comments. So structurally, I'm not quite certain what's going on, but I'll try to give some brief remarks that I've actually written out so that I won't lose my temper. I'm a West Haven resident since 1976, and I've been a member of the board of the West Haven Community Services District, which provides water to West Haven for over 30 years. I urge the members of the council to reject the proposal to immediately join the Rancheria's plans to tap into the main line extension, because I remain unpersuaded that it's necessary to do that at this point in time. In other words, I don't see the rush. The PWA just presented us with some ideas for improving the situation in Luffenholtz. They gave you a time frame for when that could conceivably happen, and it's prior to the time that the pipeline would actually probably be constructed and delivering water. And I think you could tap in later on. West Haven responded to Humboldt Bay in exactly that fashion. We have all kinds of activities in our water district where we're trying to improve supply, improve water treatment. And we told them that if those activities are not successful, then we would entertain, connecting to Humboldt Bay, but we're sure as heck not going to do both of them at the same time. I think that's kind of crazy. If one works, we don't need to do that. Second observation is in discussions of the Trinidad water situation over the last several years. I've been, plumbed into this quite a bit. I've been very struck with how little input there's been from the water treatment operators, the people that actually operate the Trinidad water system. And I think that means that you need to do something structurally with the water system. I think you need a water manager, probably modeled more along the lines of what we have in West Haven. And I encourage you to talk to our water manager about that, to improve the authority and flexibility that that person has. In other words, you should be hearing from the experts who run your system. And I have not been hearing that for the last 3 years, not at all. And then a final thing, I want to say something in a hopefully not a contentious way, but about how disturbed I am personally, and also offended, I have to admit it, by the recent rhetoric by proponents of the pipeline that the Trinidad City Council should be listening only to Trinidad residents, right? And I'm going to elaborate why. Don mentioned one of the issues, which is that everybody in 95570 is paying an extra sales tax for Trinidad, even though we receive no benefit from it if we're outside the city. That happens all the time. That needs to be recognized. That's an income source for the city. Residents contribute to the economy in all kinds of different ways, attend the Trinidad school, and on, obvious things. The reason I'm personally offended is because I spent 35 years working at the Marine Lab in Trinidad, working sometimes on projects that were of mutual interest to the Marine Lab and the city of Trinidad with the mayor, the city staff, blah, 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 kind of obvious with the local crab fishermen. And input from me is not supposed to be considered. Wow, that's not something that is in the spirit of the larger community that we live in. And then finally, and then people, I think on contrast, if there are people from the local community who are willing to contribute their time and expertise when they have real expertise, that Trinidad City Council should welcome that. For example, Steve Madrone has put in so much time, trying to help the city out with Bluff-and-Hulls Creek, and his ideas have gone nowhere for years and years, not because he hasn't had them, but because the city hasn't responded. One last thing here, Dwight had one last thing, because I think this is important too. Many residents of 95570 are concerned about the potential growth and development implications of hooking up to Humboldt Bay water, if that's what Trinidad did. Those have not been discussed at all, really, in this group. They haven't been discussed at council meetings. Why not? And I think that's a really serious issue, that before the council ever takes an action on Humboldt Bay, that they really need to study that. Like, what are the implications for growth around here? Thank you.
Sorry, David, but thank you.
Yep, no, sure.
Just to give everybody time.
Yep.
So more folks who want to weigh in.
Say something.
I would like to talk.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Mary Jane Poulton. I live at 811 Underwood. We are water customers. I have a comment and then I have a question. My comment is that the Rancheria has or will have the contacts or funding to connect to Humboldt Bay water, which I understand is the last hurdle for the Coastal Commission approval for the hotel. The water line is coming. So all of the comments about, oh my gosh, you're going to ruin our community by allowing this water line to come in and then development is just going to go crazy. I don't believe that is going to happen, but the water line is coming. So the city's decision is not going to affect that. And then my question is, I would like to ask the PWA presenters if they have participated in or are aware of any recharge pond projects in Humboldt County that were completely paid for by grants or donations. And that would include the engineering, the permits, the construction, and any land easements or purchases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Todd or Danny, are you able to weigh in on that?
I don't know of any that have been completed to date. Maybe others in our community have some ideas. I do know that the Salmonid Restoration Federation out of Southern Humboldt, they have been going through the permitting process and the design process to build 2 large reservoirs in Redwood Creek. Drains west to east into the South Fork of the Eel right there at Redway. And that whole objective of that is water supply for low flows in the creek. It's not really intended the way it's being presented for community water, but it is a path that's well on its way. Supervisors have weighed in on it, the planning commissions, others. There's still controversy, but there's a lot of discussion about building large reservoirs, way would exceed your needs here for getting through the critical period on private properties, ranches. So,
Well, yes, but it hasn't been paid for.
Well, you need to say that. Can you say it?
Well, I'm not online anymore.
Mary Jane, you're actually broadcasting. So did Danny answer your question?
Was if they knew of any projects that were paid for by grants.
Yeah, he did. So that he was able to share what he was able to share. So
right.
They are seeking grants to have that funded. Yes, but it's not funded.
Okay, it's not funded. Okay, that answers my question.
Thank you, and thank you much, Megan. If you your turn, please.
Thank you so much. I am not a Trinidad water customer. I own my home in McKinleyville, and I really appreciate the efforts by all of the council members, Dwight and et cetera, ex-council members. I understand that leading a community must be just a very difficult proposition. Over the years, there have been people who have seen the climate change coming. Just as the early back-to-landers who came in and moved alongside the native inhabitants in the Trinidad area, they were seeing trends of our country not caring about the earth. And this has been, and so there have been this group of people who have been in the Trinidad Bay Area for many, many years, who have seen this climate change developing due to our industrial development in our country, globally, et cetera. I guess what I'm trying to communicate here is that it's the same narrow vision that has gotten us into this problem of climate change, of looking for the one solution that requires an industrial model that always decreases the resiliency of the land, of communities, of the watersheds themselves to survive these huge peaks of use. So when Councilmember Klompas and other members say they want to have this narrow input by just the water customers, it's the same. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. I really don't. I really honor your time in investigating all of this. But it's getting us into the same problem. Our resources are going to be only harder to keep in a community-based way. We're going to be fighting over resources more and more and more. And I witnessed this meeting tonight, and we're already dividing because we're already seeing that our resources are drying up, literally. Lots of people have been seeing this happen for 30 years. They have taken steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just so you know, folks, I'm just going to say time, and if you could be concise and wrap it up in the next 10, 15 seconds, just to make sure everybody gets their time. Looks like Leslie Zondervandros.
Thank you. I would just like to say that I have been a Trinidad water customer for 44 years. And I would like to speak in favor of keeping independent of connection to the pipeline extension. From my point of view, Steve Madrone has some excellent ideas, and that pursuing those make more sense to me, that we would have control in the long run. And we may even have some wonderful ideas that could be used by other small communities like ours. So in other words, I would like you all to vote for remaining independent. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I would like to consider the possibility of bringing it back to council, just so everyone knows, we have, as a council, all read I think it was 75 plus emails. So just know that we have also considered the very numerous and very extensive comments that have come in. But let's see if there's one or two more, and then I would like to bring it back to council. Ms. Provost.
Gosh, I wish Steve would go first. I think we put our hands up at the same time. I don't have any prepared comments other than listening to this very hard decision that the city council has to do. But I am also in favor of independent source of water for the community. I am a longtime resident of Trinidad my whole life. And I own property in Trinidad, and I'm also property in West Haven. And this is a beautiful area with watersheds that I think that we can protect and maintain. The thing that I think about is that the reason why we're talking about the Humboldt Bay water, it's been talked about before, apparently. But the reason why Trinidad Rancheria wants to have this water come to their area is not because of households that you and I have. It's not because we're cooking or taking a shower or even watering our small garden. It's because of industrial development. And it will impact us all. And I know that when we have these water systems come in, there is going to be development. And I think that we need to really seriously think about that. I oppose the Humboldt community water system pipeline. I think there's so much more that we can do strategically as a community, safely and environmentally protect our area that we live. Thank you for letting me have a few minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Provost. Mr. Madrone. And I mean this with the utmost respect, Mr. Madrone, but I just want to remind you of the 3-minute time.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. And frankly, I think it's really important that we all play fairly that way. And I want to just thank everybody on this call and all the people in the community for caring so deeply about our community. And when I say community, I mean the whole area. One of the wonderful things in the last 15 years has been the development of our Trinidad Bay Watershed Council. And we don't delve into divisive things. What we do is we find out where we've got common agreement, and then we double down on working together as a community to do that. And that includes the entire community, all of the stakeholders. And as you know, we've raised over $12 million in the last 12 years, 13 years, to solve many problems like septic system leakage, stormwater runoff, pier replacement that the Rancheria did. And all these things all listed the Watershed Council and our watershed plan in order to get high priority for this work. You know, Mark Twain said, whiskey is for drinking and water's for fighting over it. And those words could not be truer today. But really, do we have to fight over it? I don't think so. I think there's so many things we can work on in agreement. And I applaud the council and staff, Becky and others, for seeking the funds that have now come about for drought to fix the leaks in the pipelines and to add more storage to the system. And I think it's high time that the city and West Haven Service District work together to get another grant to be able to provide cost shares to individual landowners to put in 5,000 gallon storage tanks with rainwater collection. A 5,000 gallon tank with a use of about 50 gallons a day per person can keep a household going for 30 to 50 days or longer if necessary in an emergency. And as far as groundwater recharge, I have never proposed large scale things. I'm always proposing small scale. I'm going to be building 2 of them on my property next summer without a dime from the city of Trinidad. And I've identified probably 30 to 40 or more potential sites to do that. These are small systems that collect water, they're clay lined, and they slowly leak out through the summer to add to the base flow. We know conservation measures can go a long way because, you know, Chewy Lin found out when he did a study, 10 years, 15 years ago or so, that in fact, water use in Trinidad had doubled over the last 20 years or so as demographics changed and retirees moved in, more time for landscaping, watering down driveways more often. So there was this incredible increase. And in a drought, in an emergency, we can all cut back on those things, collect the rainwater to make it through the dry periods, add groundwater storage, fix the leaking pipes, and all of those things are absolutely possible. So really what I'm here to do tonight is to say, I support your option 2. No matter what you do with your water source, you need to increase your storage. As PWA mentioned, you need to fix your leaks. We all need to be conserving, especially during dry periods. And we can add groundwater recharge and all these other things. So option 2 is a good one. It allows us to keep moving on things we got to do no matter what option we pick for our source of water. So let's do that. Let's continue that work. And again, I applaud you for that. And I really hope that we can all come together as a community and start working on the things that we have agreement on and move forward and try to avoid those things that are extremely divisive in the community. And again, community is all of us here. It doesn't stop at the city limits. And whatever happens outside the city, you're going to feel those impacts in town as residents, just like we're feeling the last 2 summers as Trinidad's been discovered. So imagine that going even more as water becomes available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Madrone. And I see Paula has her hand up, and then I see Paul has his hand up, the old-fashioned way, actually using a hand. So Paula and then Paul.
Muted.
You're muted, Paula.
You undid it and then did it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There's been 2 reports this evening, and one clearly recommends hooking up to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, saying that this is an excellent opportunity financially. I don't need to reiterate what he said. PWA, in the quote that there's enough water in Luffenholz's watershed, but we all agree we can't look into the future, and there's drought predictions. I'm very confident with Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District because of their 60-year history in this area. It seems like a simpler, and I don't think it's a more invasive way environmentally to go. When you think about the possibilities, which are not clear, of what it would take to get the easements and buy the land and do the permits for these multiple ponds. And then you need the infrastructure, the piping to get it to the water plant and so on and so forth. I don't see that as being potentially less ecologically invasive than running a pipe across the highway, because the pipe is already going to the rancheria. And all past engineering reports that I've read suggest that Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District would provide the most resilient source of water, considering climatology reports and drought projections. So I hope the council takes this opportunity to make a sound financial, and I believe it's an ecological decision. We're not piping water from the Colorado River. The source of water for Humboldt Bay is a neighboring community, and all our neighboring communities have been using it for years. I've said enough and I've wrote enough. If you've written my letters, I've said much more than I can say in 3 minutes. I just hope you do the right thing. I know it's a hard decision. Humboldt Bay knows what they're doing. They've been doing it for a long time. They have an excellent reputation, and I feel so confident they will get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levine. Paul Rosenblatt from West Haven Community.
Hi, I'm Paul Rosenblatt. I'm the general manager of the West Haven Community Services District. I'm a 32-year resident of the Trinidad West Haven area. I worked at the Trinidad Water Treatment Plant for 5.5 years as a water operator, and I live in the Liffenholtz Creek watershed. Firstly, I want to say something about a council member Klompus's comment, which he said from Tom Candrian. Tom Candrian said he hadn't been back to that fishing spot for a number of years, over a decade, probably closer to 20 years. My neighbors currently fish in that part of the Liffenholtz Creek and catch cutthroat trout, my neighbors' kids. So there are fish in the creek right now that people fish for. So I just want to be clear on that point. It's not that the fish have been devastated, but his swimming hole did get filled up by logging in the 80s. That's true. Okay. Secondly, I want to say that Trinidad, the zip code runs from Cornell to Big Lagoon, and there's approximately 3,000 residents. Trinidad says that they have 1,000 water customers for their 335 connections. We have 235 connections, and we think our matrix is closer to 499 or 2.1 per connection, or a little 2.2 per connection. Be that as it may, the folks in the zip code are about double, 60% population are outside of the systems that are served by municipal community water. So there's a huge group of people that are not served by our water systems. Thirdly, I'd like to say that the Human Right to Water Act that the state passed makes it so if our water system has more water, we have to look at and we can serve more than our current or existing people within our district. We have to serve those people outside of the district. We can't make any laws or ordinances or rules. We have to serve those people within at least a half mile that have inadequate water, and then that opens up the door to those who would just like water. So the city can't pass a law or a resolution or ordinance that says we're only going to serve the people within our customer base right now. So that's something that nobody's been talking about. And I'm not for or against the pipeline. I understand that resiliency has to be factored in, and we need to all work on it hard. Lastly, I would really like the public to know, because repeatedly the district for the last year and a half has approached the city council and planning commissioners that we would like to collaborate on resiliency planning. It has gone to crickets. It's very disappointing. And we have asked to have intertie for emergency purposes also gone to crickets. While we've gotten a few nice emails that say we appreciate your thoughtful comments and we'll discuss them further, nothing. So to be transparent, your neighbors would like to work with you for the community's betterment. And I want everybody at the meeting here today to know that. And the city has not wanted to discuss things with myself or board members that are interested in working together with you for working on water resiliency in our community to live within our watershed's means, which is West Haven's approach to the current climate change and water resiliency. The final thing I'd like to say is we have 232 connections. Trinidad has 335. In the summertime, our demand is about 30 to 35% of Trinidad's for 100 more customers. So clearly, some things could be done to figure out conservation measures. And I applaud you for working on water leaks, right? That's a really critical thing. We're working on it too. And it's a unique moment in time where funding is available to fix some of these problems. So I just want to encourage you to continue working on water resiliency, whatever your measures are. And I want the public, our community, to know that West Haven CSD is committed to working on that issue for the neighboring water systems. And we would like to work with the city on that. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. At this point, I would like to bring it back to the council. Very much appreciate the comments that have been made. And we do have in our packet, we do have three proposals, sort of places to start the discussion on how to move forward with this agenda item. So I'm looking to the council, and I'm going to look to Mr. West first.
I appreciate what I've heard Paul say. I spent some time talking to the Regional Water Board and man who's in charge of the Division of Drinking Water for Northern California. And one of the things he said is that if we pull this water in, one of the first things they'll have to do is begin to find, look at the people who are getting trucked water, and they're going to, it's going to be important that we begin to get water lines to people who have who need clean drinking water. So one of the issues that we haven't talked about, and I think is really important, is what happens to our community if we start allowing more water. So this is the opposite side of what I've been hearing. And we're looking at allowing an awful lot of changes going on in Trinidad, I believe, if we bring in the water. So I've been very concerned about the future of Trinidad. So as we look at Trinidad itself and say, you know, we have this little community that's going to need water, and they do. And the arguments are tremendous to say we should be getting water. However, the other side of it is we will be possibly bringing in water opportunities for people outside our area, which is going to affect everybody in Trinidad. So when we say it's not going to, we're not going to be hurt. The people in Trinidad aren't going to be hurt by this. Yes, we are, because we're going to see changes in Trinidad in the future if we allow growth. I think growth is the biggest concern. If you look at water resiliency, there's no question. Humboldt Bay beats us. They have the water that's coming from Humboldt Bay is pretty much given. We're going to have good water, and it's a good supply. I don't have any doubt that Humboldt Bay is a great company. I've heard a lot of good things about them. So I think they do a tremendous job. If they get water to us, we're going to get a lot of water. The thing is, though, what do we get with that water? And I think we need to think about what the future of Trinidad might be like if we bring in a lot of people. Now, I've talked to some people who have talked about people that are buying up areas of land around our area, a lot of West Haven, not a lot, but there are some places where they're looking ahead and saying, you know, we're going to be able to open up our community, and we're going to be able to get lots and put more houses on them. We're going to be able to expand. We're going to be able to use this land once the water comes. And I get very nervous about that. So And I like listening to Pacific Watersheds. I think they have good ideas. I think GHD did a great job on their report. It's very difficult. This has been 3 months of torture trying to figure out what to do with this. But I've looked at this, and I think this idea that we can work on a water supply. Look at what we have up in the with Pacific Watersheds. Continue to try to figure out how we can keep water going. And in the meantime, I know it's going to cost more, but we can take some time to see if this creek's going to get lower. We're not going to get any water here for at least 3 years, more like 5. And if we can expand our water system to do a better job, and we can hold on to water, I think that is the best idea without using Humboldt Bay water. And as Steve Madrone has repeatedly said for over a decade, probably 2 decades, it can be done if we're willing to put the time and energy into it. And right now we have money. The money is going to come in from grants. We put some money aside, and I'd like to see us try to develop this. If 2 years or 3 years down the road, we see that the creek is getting lower and we're in trouble, we just have to bite the bullet, see what it's going to cost, and we can still hook up. We know that 6-inch pipe now is big enough to supply Trinidad as well. And it would mean working with the rancheria to try to find out how much it would cost, but at least gives us some time to try to keep Trinidad the way it is. I don't like the idea of suddenly bringing the water and suddenly finding out that what we decided here changed the whole atmosphere and the whole way Trinidad looks and is. And I think very likely we would see expansion in various ways, including if we have to pay for this thing. One of the things we got to do is find a way to pay for it. We may be looking at getting some more land and trying to help pay for the water. So there's a lot of things I see as problems. I think we could postpone it a little bit, and let's figure out what we can do and see if this creek has really got this kind of water supply that we're hearing Pacific Watersheds tell us. I do again want to thank everybody, because this is, and there's a lot of people out there that I've talked to besides we're hearing tonight who have said pretty much the same thing. They believe the water supply is there. They believe we can develop it to work it. So, sorry, I'm a little wordy here, but I do think it's important to think about. I don't think we lose our ability to connect. It may make it more difficult, but we can begin to work on this resiliency that we have up in the hill and see what we can come up with. So I'm very interested in number 2 of saying, let's keep them in mind and let's see what we can do ourselves.
Thank you, Jack. And I just want to make sure that we're lined up like cordwood here, as they say. So Mr. Klumpus, Mr. Davies, Mr. Grover, in that order. Go ahead, Richard.
Thank you. Part of what I've been trying to do as chair of the Water Advisory Committee is help the city council make decisions on long-term infrastructure projects that basically the city council previously have neglected for about the last 18 years. And looking at studies from 2003, 8, 11, 19, a number of reports have been placed, and city councils have simply, I'm fortunate to say this, have not been up to the task to make difficult long-term decisions. What we've been able to do in the last month is apply for grants to fix leaks and to get a better storage tank. So we're moving in the right direction for that. I want also people to understand that there are a number of options you have to increase water supply. But when you do increase water supply, it doesn't matter where it comes from. You still have more water. So if the concern is, well, we don't want to get more water because of unintended or uncontrolled growth, regardless of whether you build 100,000 or 500,000 or 1 million gallon reservoir up the hill, you're going to have more water. So whether you get it up the hill or whether you get it through a 6-inch pipe from Humboldt Bay, you're still going to have more water that the city will need to deal with. So what are the options? As I'm looking at the packet, the number 2 option is continue with the creek and maybe hook up to the Rancheria Humboldt Bay pipeline later. That's really not going to work because the creek itself is not necessarily going to get better, and delaying any action is what previous councils have done. You could either hook up to a pipeline that's coming anyway and potentially get grants now that are available from both state and federal, or you could say, we're going to try to get grants, purchase land, get permits, build reservoirs, and try to develop more water on our own up the hill. That's not necessarily as easy as it sounds, especially for a municipal water source that needs to supply people who want that water, who are counting on it. So my impression of this is more water needs to come to Trinidad. The city council needs to look at, do they want to have a sure thing of having more water, or do they want to take the chance that they're going to try to develop something that may not work to their satisfaction? And when they finally get through that process and declare, maybe we need to hook up to a pipeline, it's going to be too expensive or grants won't be available to accomplish that goal. So my initiative here is to get the council to make a decision. My recommendation is to hook up to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, but the council needs to make a decision and not decide we're going to do nothing, because that's not going to solve the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Davies.
Yes, thank you. So I have a number of points here. Some of them are related, some are just stand in isolation. Yes, water resilience is incredibly important. We weren't having this discussion until we were being asked if there was going to be water given to a hotel down the road. They've decided to pursue another option, which is wonderful. So one of my questions is the Rancheria going to give up access to Trinidad water if a pipeline is built? And I keep saying if because one side of this argument keeps saying this is going to happen no matter what. There's still, if you read through GHD's report, none of it is guaranteed. It's riddled with words like possibly, likely, maybe. Permitting is not a slam dunk thing, especially when you're working in the coastal area. There's no guarantee that either one of these projects, whatever PWA is promoting, Steve Madrone is promoting, Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, will be paid for by grants. One side would like to say, yes, it's going to be, sure, it's going to be paid for by grants. That is not a foregone conclusion by any means, and I haven't seen anything to be contrary to that. I've read through the comments. People are lucky they don't have a trinidad.ca.gov email address, because I've gotten a ton of comments, mostly duplicated because they send them directly to the council, then the city clerk forwards them back to the council. So we've received, oodles of them. They're now on the city website. But what has often been said, that everybody in Trinidad wants this to happen, that's not true. There was a petition that was gone around door to door by local members, and approximately between 80 and 90 people have signed that petition. So this isn't a landslide on either side. This is a very closely divided, if that's the right term to describe this issue in this town. It's not predominant one way or another. It's often, I ask the question tonight, there's no answer. What is the cost pass on? Be great to have the water, but if people cannot afford the water, then that's another issue. El Dorado Hills in the Central Valley was in a water crisis. These people had the most incredibly expensive water for years. People couldn't afford water. we have a very small amount of people to spread the cost over. Something to think about. The question of the availability of the water into outlying areas if the pipeline has been put in, is that question has never been answered definitively. Paul from West Haven Community Services District touched on that. You can't say you can't have water from this pipeline if there's a need for it. That's one of LAFCO's requirements. If there's a need, disadvantaged communities, and if your water system is threatening to fail repeatedly. In my 20 years in Trinidad, our water supply has not been threatened to fail repeatedly. It would not fall under one of LAFCO's requirements to have water come in from another place. Todd Kramer stated tonight that he didn't believe that Humboldt Creek was in a threatened state. We're not in imminent danger. Give me a moment here, Steve. I'm just looking down my list here. So it's also been said, the development thing is a big question. People say that land use requirements will preclude any kind of development. Once you introduce municipal water, septic setbacks are dramatically reduced, substantially reduced. You do not need to have the large lot size. The city of Trinidad is a prime example of this. Everyone in the city of Trinidad is on septic. We have city-sized lots because we have municipal water. If we were all on our own well, the city of Trinidad would probably have, a third of the people that they have, maybe even less than that because of land use size. It's a really hard decision to make. I am in favor of option 2, which would be to say no right now, no thank you. Let's, in the future, if we need to connect, we could look into that. And with my caveat being that this needs to rise to the top of city business over everything that is happening. Stormwater, I know we have these other projects, but time needs to be spent on this project every single day until we can find a solution and move forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Mr. Grover.
Thank you, everyone, for the participation tonight. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about, what's going to happen and what can happen. Personally, I did read through a lot of these comments too, and there was one thing missing. As a city representative, I get a little put off after 2.5 years that nobody's asked me where I derive my decisions from. They all flog me with emails about what they know and where they've been and how long they've done this. So to this point, I've done a lot of listening, about 2.5 years worth. But I just want to tell people that before I took this seat, I don't own anything in Trinidad. I just rent here. I get to be a steward of the land here. But the reason I took the seat is because I had the opportunity to go to Humboldt State University and get a planning and policy degree, which I think had something to do with it. I'd like to think so. I studied Euclidean zoning laws from 1924 to present and saw the evolution of the planning process. So in my mind, what I've seen with the evidence from the climatologists and other people on the Water Advisory Committee is that we don't know. So when you say, oh, we're going to get by, you're taking a chance on the future. You're going to get by because you've got your little piece of heaven here, but you're not considering that the east side of the state is burning, and it might be okay to have some sustainable, smart green growth with best practices. It's a long and involved process. It takes a lot of stakeholder and public participation before anything goes into effect as for development. You can develop places with energy independence, and they're not going to take over the area, because that's been said too. I mean, I'm sure the Native Americans could say something about that for us being here, but we're at a time that us as a species have just about destroyed the planet. And if we don't pull together and think of everyone as the whole, and I love the comments of where we can do kind of both these things parallel. But right now, what I've heard from the constituency was that they want to ensure that they have water more than 20, 25 years. They want to make sure there's water here 40 or 50 years down the road. It's a little longer vision. I've heard that they were saying that we should only think of Trinidad residents. I didn't hear anybody say only Trinidad. They just said as a representative of Trinidad, maybe put, you know, our needs a little bit ahead, but not only. So I didn't really agree with that. So at any rate, I've put a lot of effort in this a long time before I lived in Trinidad, and the ecosystem itself, I'm becoming very intimate with the creeks. I'm walking them, you know, a lot, the riparian areas, and there's a lot to do with the ecosystem of the surface water. So, you know, if people want to take a chance and hope that 30, 40 years that, you know, we can do it, all right. But I'd like to think, you know, with a little more vision. And so I am going to go for option one personally. I just think it's the right thing to do. And I would like to work with the Rancheria. And I was at the meeting, and they are most likely getting water, and they held up. They could have probably done it if we weren't there. They were giving us a chance to be part of it again. And it was great to be surrounded by people that had been doing it for a long time in a lot of different communities, and it gave me a broader vision. So I appreciate that, being part of that. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, David. Mr. Miller, I'm going to keep it at the council level. So I believe we've all had time to provide input. So I'm going to very respectfully decline your request. I don't want to create a back and forth. We have all made our comments. I am going to weigh in with mine. I have Pacific Watershed Associates contribution to this discussion. I think they've answered a lot of questions that we all either had in our heads or didn't know to ask. So I really appreciate the layer of detail. The understanding of the potential of the watershed has been very helpful to me. I am going to continue to stick with my belief that we are not yet fully, we have not yet fully developed our resiliency within the creek. And option two is I'm prepared to make a motion to pursue option two with a slight change in the wording from continue to rely on Leffenholtz Creek watershed. I would like to make a motion that we continue to develop Leffenholtz Creek watershed water supply and consider Humboldt Bay water after the pipeline to Trinidad is built. And so I am making a motion, and it's out there for others to consider.
I'll second your motion.
So we have a first and a second. Any further discussion from the council?
Just, yeah, one quick comment. Part of what I wanted with number one was maybe a question for Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District if they were still here, because I always wondered, like, if we hooked up to them and then pursued the watershed things, because then we would have the time to study the ecosystem and cumulative effects just to make sure there's water here. What would it say if we said we don't need you anymore? Is there anybody here who could answer that tonight?
And yeah, I don't know if I don't have
here earlier.
I don't.
But maybe that's not something should have been asked earlier.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. You guys always ask the questions that we've never experienced. So I have no idea what the answer is to that, Councilman Grover. I'm sorry. Couldn't tell you. We'd have to research that.
Okay, I just thought it'd be an interesting thing because it would definitely take the pressure off if there was a adequate water supply, and then we developed it and said thank you very much and we don't need you anymore, and
Right.
Mayor Framer.
Right. It's a good question.
Go. Did we lose the mayor?
It looks like it.
Oh, sorry. Well, I think we're, well, let's give him a chance to get back because we'll need him to vote. So, but I think we've pretty much covered this. What we may do, maybe I'll ask Eli about this. Eli, could we maybe do the last item to give Steve a chance to come back?
Can we hear from Dwight, please? Just to hear, I'd like to be a council member. I'd like to hear Dwight Miller's comment.
Well,
it was made clear that's only now that the council's considering.
We're going to make a vote in just a second. Well, I think we've got enough information to vote. I think we need to. Eli, should we go on and give and do the next item, because I think that'd be nice to do, and then maybe give Steve a chance to get back. I'm going to text him and see if I can find out how he's doing. Are you okay with that? Or do you think we should just wait?
I'm here.
His back.
Never mind. Good. All right. Good enough, Steve.
Apologize, folks. That is totally unknown to me. So can you fill me in on what I missed over the last?
We're ready to vote, Steve.
Okay. Okay.
Or Richard first, maybe.
Yeah, Richard. Sorry, I'm coming in completely lost here. So
I'm trying to understand the motion that you want to continue to use Liffenholtz Creek, but you don't want to develop storage tanks up the hill. I'm just trying to figure out, is it a motion of continuing with the creek and then also building reservoirs and storage tanks?
Yeah.
Or is it simply just continue with the creek and don't do anything else?
Sorry, I was hoping to make that clear. I want to continue developing the creek, enhancing the creek. What we're doing, right? Getting the grant for the leaks, getting the grant for the storage tanks, to continue to develop the creek and not tie into Humboldt Bay municipal water at this time.
Can I offer a suggestion to your motion then, Steve?
Please.
So continue to develop Liffenholtz watershed and pursue storage opportunities, and wait to hook up to consider hooking up to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District.
I mean, yes. I mean, yes. And I don't see a need to get specific because we have lots and lots of ideas and things are already in motion to get extra tanks, to fix leaks, to, to continue working with Pacific Watershed, but whatever the council is comfortable with. So again, I feel like I'm kind of disjointed here, but I want to continue. I'm proposing that we continue to pursue ways to increase our resiliency with Liffenholtz Creek and not tie into Humboldt Bay at this time.
I understand that.
We have a limit on that, Steve. We're just going to say blank. Are we going to say within I'd like to see us. Tom made the idea that we need to have this as the number one priority. And I think that's the idea is this is not something that we can say, just let go. I think we need to say maybe in 3 years or 5 years, we're going to either we have seen this creek develop or we're going to attempt then to tie in. I
want this with the utmost priority. This is the thing that the city is working on. Richard?
I just would like to see the motion not have a vague suggestion of developing something, but some teeth in it so that when you vote, it's going to be continue Liffenholtz Creek and build reservoirs, storage tanks, whatever it is. If you just say pursue storage or pursue more water, that's not specific enough.
True that. I make a motion that we continue to pursue funding for water storage, for water treatment plant improvements, for fixing leaky pipes. Those are the three things that have come up over and over and over that we need to do. So I make a motion that we pursue water storage, fix leaky pipes, and make structural improvements to the plant and not pursue Humboldt Bay at this time.
The plant or the creek?
We've already moved forward to get grants on the fixing the leaks in the tanks. That's already underway. I really would love to have a motion about how we get more water. We already have the other two issues covered. So how do we make a motion about getting more water and being very specific so that we can direct city staff to take the next steps to proceed?
Steve, what if we followed the Pacific Watershed suggestions for improving creek quality and resilience? And because they've already told us what these ideas are, and work on the creek and the plant. The creek's important.
I'm open to that as well.
But let's look at page 69 of 72 in the packet.
Number 7?
Number 7, yes.
Increase the supply of water to the Trinidad water system by the city to obtain winter storage and develop reservoirs. Increase infiltration to the gravel aquifer.
Can you do it that time? He froze.
Fine.
And or
appropriative rights to springs in the Luffenholtz Creek watershed.
We're losing you, Steve.
Appropriative rights to springs in Luffenholtz Creek.
I think you froze again.
Yeah, he's frozen.
All right, well, maybe he'll be back in a second. So hopefully we'll have his final statement for a vote. So we'll give him just a second to come back.
So further, I mean, he made a motion. I seconded it. If it's not specific enough for Richard to vote on, and then he can vote no. And if we could just stop the chatting, I mean, this is ridiculous what's going on from the public. I don't know if we could just stop putting chats on here. It's tit for tat going back and forth right now. And this is exactly what we tried to avoid in this entire meeting. And I think we did a pretty good job of it. And if city council members were doing this to the public, back and forth or to each other, this would be totally unacceptable. So,
can someone read the motion?
Yeah.
Call the question. Just want to understand what we're voting on.
Dave, do you have that motion?
Yes, I do. So, at least the version 2 is what I'm going to call this one. This was the second one that was modified. It's to continue to pursue funding for water storage, plant improvements, and leaky pipes, and not pursue Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District connection at this time.
Okay, that's what I understood.
Interject. I think what Steve was getting at was reading that number 7 that Tom had pointed out on page 69. And I think that's the new version he was getting at. He asked if
he's back, so let's ask him.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm on my phone now. So what was the question?
The last version that you have of the motion, was it number 7, page 69? Is that what you were reading as being the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it would be number 7 and then add and consider Humboldt Bay Municipal Water after the pipeline to the Trinidad Rancheria is built. So at that time, which would be between 3 to 5 years, we'll know how all of these improvements are working. And if they're not working, then at that point, we would consider the other option with Humboldt Bay Water.
Yes.
Hey, could we have Gabe read it one more time just so we're all clear about what we're actually putting on?
Yeah, and I think this sounds like a new motion, so I believe it would need another second. But the motion that Mayor Ladwig, I believe, has brought up is to increase the supply of, reading from number 7 in the packet produced by, are the documents produced by Pacific Watershed, recommendations for Leffenholz Creek Watershed. Number 7, increase the water supply to the Trinidad water system by the city to obtain winter storage and develop reservoirs, increase filtration to the gravel aquifer and or appropriative rights to springs in the Leffenholz Creek watershed, and not to pursue Humboldt Bay municipal water connection at this time.
That is correct.
Do we
I'll
have a
second that motion.
Okay.
I'll second the edited motion.
Got it. There's a motion.
Yeah, if I could interject, if you want to have it that way, that's fine. Otherwise, the wording I had was, and consider Humboldt Bay municipal water after the pipeline to the Trinidad Rancheria is built. So in other words, we would do all of these things, and then in 3 to 5 years, we would look at it, are we where we want to be or not? And if not, then we would reconsider the rancheria with the pipeline with the rancheria once it's built with Humboldt Bay municipal water. So it basically would be everything that number 7 says, and consider Humboldt Bay municipal water after the pipeline to the Trinidad Rancheria is built. So in other words, we're not considering it now, we're considering it in 3 to 5 years. But we're going to rely on developing these improvements to the watershed that number 7 lists.
I think it helps to have the timeline. I will certainly accept that. If the council, if Tom, you will support that amendment.
I'd like to see it written down so I can read it. If we could type it into the chat or screen share it or something.
So, while it's being prepared, so it's all of number 7, and then it's the last half of option 2, which is, and consider Humboldt Bay municipal water after the pipeline to the Trinidad Rancheria is built.
Does that work for you, Tom?
I still want to see it written down. It's been read back and forth so many times that I think it's too unclear, and I don't want to have any cloud over what we're voting on.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a stab at that. It's just going to take a second.
That's fine. I'm patient. Thank you. I saw Russ's screen light up, so he might want to say something.
Yeah, just briefly. So after the motion is read, Councilmember Mayor Ladwig, as the motion maker, should affirm it's accurate. Then you should ask for affirmation of the second prior to voting.
Thank you. Did Steve disappear again?
Thank you for having the foresight to make this the only discussion item tonight, to the mayor and mayor pro temp and city manager, because I knew it was going to take a while.
We just lost the mayor again, it looks like.
He's back.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I owe everybody something. I'm sorry for all this technical difficulties.
Okay. Can we see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me see. I got to add Rancheria pipeline.
And if you could put at the end of that, after is built within 3 to 5 years. I want us to have a timeline if that's okay.
Or within 3 to 5 years, or built within 3 to 5 years.
Should he put in parentheses whichever comes first?
I mean, really what we need is time for these measures to take effect. So either one is fine with me. But this continues to be the number one priority of the city. So 3 to 5 years, if that's what folks want. Tom, do you have a preference?
Hang on for a minute. I'm still looking at that. Yeah, that's fine. Or it could say, rights to the Luffenholtz Creek watershed within the next 3 to 5 years, and possibly. No, that's too muddled. I'm fine with that. I'll second that.
All right. So I believe we have a first and a second. Both the first and the second agree on the language. So at this point, Gabe, if we can have a roll call vote, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. So the motion is before you on the screen. Will be how it's recorded, and we'll start with Councilmember Davies.
Aye.
Klompus.
No.
Grover.
No.
West.
Yes.
Davies.
I already voted
Oh,
yes.
I'm sorry. I just wrote you down. Yep, I got you. That's a yes. Sorry. And Mayor Ladwig.
Yes.
3 yeses, 2 nos. The motion carries.
Thank you for that, Gabe, for sticking with us on that. And thank you all for the discussion. I know that this has been a long process, and we will continue to work towards resiliency at the city level for our water. So at this point, I need to bring up my agenda again. I believe we have the formal resignation from Richard at this point to consider. And at this point, I would like to. Did I get cut off again?
No.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that.
What?
Sorry about
nodding
that.
your head.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Richard, I turn it over to you actually for the opportunity to speak if you wish regarding anything in your packet.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think I let the council know that I'm moving back to Virginia to be with family. I have only and I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the community. I only have 2 regrets. One is because of the Brown Act. I never really had a chance to go out to dinner with fellow council members because it might have the impropriety or view that I was attempting to change a vote or influence someone. Yeah. So that's a misgiving on my part. The Brown Act has a benefit to the community, but I really missed out on getting to know the council members a bit more closely. And the second regret I have is initially joining HARP. The organization, to me, as I got to work with a little bit at the beginning, seemed to have some racial undertones, and I became quite uncomfortable with it. I represent an independent critical thinker, and I appreciate the ability to be on the council and to be on different committees and try to become a change agent. But it's been an honor to serve. It's been one of the most interesting things I've done outside of my career, and I look forward to perhaps when I move to Virginia supporting local government again. But thank you for the opportunity. That's all I can say.
Well, you certainly have instituted change. So for that, I'm grateful. And we will do our best to fill your seat as it empties at the end of this meeting. So we are in need of a counselor. The term will expire December 2022. So roughly a year and some change on the council, must reside in city limits, must be a registered voter. In case of appointment, the new member must be affirmed by a majority vote of the remaining council members. So at this point, we are calling for folks to volunteer, but I also want to turn it back to the council for any closing comments, or comments rather for Richard.
I'd like to I'll make a couple of comments. I think Richard's been a fantastic addition to our council, and I really appreciate how you've organized things and you've taken things on. You've been a big help in trying to figure these things out, and in the process, I've been very reasonable about things when maybe we didn't agree, and I really appreciate that. So good luck in the future. Thank you very much for being part of this, and thanks for some of the changes you made. I think you've done a great service to the city.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I've enjoyed working with you. We've seen the same on some items and opposing on other items, and I've never felt like you took it personally or would never speak to me again if you saw me walking down the street. So I appreciate that, and I wish you all the best. And when you see Patrick back in Virginia, please tell him I said hi. I think of them often as they were my neighbors just down the alley, and I miss those guys, watching your grandkids run around in the yard. So good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. I've pretty much seen with you. I on most of these things, going to go on a couple of these subcommittees together. So I guess we got to know each other on Zoom a lot, because most of them seem to last more than 4 or 5 hours. So yeah, we got to know, and I appreciate everything you did. You definitely use the empirical method, you approach with it, and you're a lot more organized than I am about like note taking and things like that, follow up. So I appreciate that. So yeah, you'll definitely be missed, and I hope that the next person is comparable.
Thank you.
And I just want to say from a staff perspective that we appreciated everything that you did. And actually, some of these charts that you prepared and so on, I mean, it's something that will be missed by staff, because it really was very helpful. And certainly before you leave, like I said, I wanted to have a couple of our employees meet with you to talk about how the charts are prepared and how you did your extrapolation and so on. So thank you for all your work, and we wish you the best in Virginia.
Thanks.
And that concludes our October 12th 4-hour one agenda item meeting. So thank you very much for the discussion.
Wait a minute. Did we approve his resignation and then have future agenda items or public comment on that?
Yes, you're right.
Sorry.
We need to approve.
I know you're worried about getting cut off again, so you want to end it.
No, I always find it interesting that we have to approve someone's resignation. So
I'll make a motion that we accept Richard Klumpus's resignation as city council member.
I'll second that motion.
And if I may, council, also direct staff to commence the recruitment process to fill the vacancy by appointment. It's an election you have to make under California law.
Are you happy to amend your motion, Dave?
Yes, I will amend it to include what Attorney Gann said.
Tom, are you okay with seconding that?
Yes.
Okay, can we just do a raise of hands? We don't need a roll call vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? All right, Richard, we have officially kicked you off the council at your request. So we are following your guidance. Future agenda items, at this point, I imagine we'll get an update on the stormwater, continual updates on the stormwater, other agenda items though that folks want to hear.
I'm still waiting for the resolution to raise the TOT by 2%. We've cost the city enough money over the summer, so I'd like to get that in place.
Thank you for that reminder. I know I keep saying yes. I think this kind of overwhelmed me a little bit. So yes, we'll get that on the November agenda.
Don't forget the water. We got to start writing on the water issue. So we need to make sure we're working in that direction right away.
Jack, Eli, if we could just make that a standing order for our weekly meetings to get updates on what is working, what is in place rather, and reviewing that. So if we could just make that a standing meeting item, that would be great. Other future agenda items? I'm sure they'll come up. You always know how to find us. And thank you very much again for all of your time.
Thank you.
This meeting is now adjourned.
All right, good night.